for you and have funny ears for all of us to be. Yeah. Good. Let's see.
Okay. Testing? Is it okay? Okay. Okay. Howdy, I'm Grace. Howdy. Thank you. Did you know Fluffle means a group of bunnies? Yes. Howdy, my dear Fluffles. Let's hop on in to design the future. We are making tech kawaii. You know those traditional tech bro style events you see here in Silicon Valley? We are reclaiming that. Stay tuned for a surprise I made for y'all at the end. We also got over 4,500 signups online, so howdy to the 4,000 buddies tuning in on YouTube and Discord. We love y'all as well. Thank you all so much for coming. This is my first ever conference, and I just quit my corporate job, so I'm really excited to focus on the conference in the community building. Thank you. Yeah, I'm really honored that y'all made it here today, and very excited. So some general information, I want y'all to make new friends. Add each other on these social medias, take selfies with each other. Feel free to post them on socials, tag me, I'll be resharing them all. We have all day coffee and snacks. There's a coffee truck, unlimited all-you-can-eat coffee and pastries until 4 p.m. and snacks in the back. And lunch is on us. There's picnic benches outside where you can enjoy them. There's also bathrooms at the end, and everything is live streamed and recorded so you can enjoy our conference again and again. We're also taking questions both in person and online after every talk. Also take lots of photos and videos. We will have a shared Google Drive where we can send to you afterwards. We can add your photos in. And please don't take the plushies on the stage, but you're welcome to take any photos you wish with them over there. 4 years ago, I was a small potato. I was born and raised in Cupertino, California. I just wanted to be a kawaii anime artist and play my video games all day. And I felt like I had to be a doctor, engineer, lawyer, or failure, so I felt like it's gonna be a failure. But I wanted to make my Asian parents proud, so I went to school studying bioengineering and computer science engineering. But when I graduated about 4 years ago, I wanted to pivot into design. I felt just like a lost small potato, and I just wanted some friends to learn design from. I also felt like other design communities I was in at that time were very corporate, very scary, really intimidating. And I just liked bunnies and anime art and having a good time. So I created Design Buddies on Discord. Since then, we've grown to a total audience of 150,000 members online, hosted many events, both online and in person, across 7 different cities across the world. We host a lot of design challenges, hackathons, and more, and we helped many designers, hundreds of them, land jobs and make that money and get that bread and slay in their design career. I'm really excited to bring more Design Buddies in person here and across the world with our conference, house parties, hackathons, covering days, hikes, and more. We also have a founder creator house here in SF, and I'm actually launching something new as well soon. I quit my corporate job, so I'm very excited. And thank you, really appreciate it. I was a UX designer for about 4 years, and now I'm just corporate slaying. Here's us during the Rona or Panorama online, and here's us now vibing and thriving in person. Join us. We want to help your design career grow up and level up your design career. So it's completely free to join. It's going to be free. We want you to access design learning resources for free, land jobs, get promoted, make that money, all while having lots of fun. Also, for founders and startups, hire designers from here and get feedback on your work. And this is only the beginning. As I quit my corporate job as a UX designer at a large company last month, now I'm focusing a lot on community, events, content creation, and new products. So make some noise. The job market scares you. Yeah, this is scary. Nice. I know. I was so scared, man. I remember when I was trying to get in, I got ghosted everywhere. No one wanted to hire me because I was just I'm an engineering student. Anyways, but we're also launching Fluffle. I'm here with my co-founder, Leon, who's helping us take photos here. Fluffle is a friendly companion to help you replace the stressful and ambiguous UX job hunting process with more personalized timelines, actionable steps, and measurable progress. You can also join the waitlist for early access by scanning the QR code, and it's actually at designbuddies.ai. Who loves AI? Woo, AI! Oh, surprise for you at the end. Now handing it over to our title sponsor, Julian, the CEO of Bezi.
All right, hopefully the mic system all works. Hey everyone, on behalf of the Bezi team, welcome to the Design the Future conference. Woo! For those who don't know, Bezi is, what's up?
Next slide.
All right. For those who don't know, Bezi is a a spatial design tool that industry leaders use to design 3D apps and games. I previously worked at Meta building software for the Quest test sets. Realized that we didn't have a tool that we could use to actually design those spatial experiences, so we started Bezi. We're going to have a panel discussion soon with design leaders at Bezi, Meta, and so on this at noon, I believe. So yeah, we'll see you all there. Thanks.
Thank you, Julian. We love Bezi and designing in the third dimension. Also, really appreciate other sponsors. Studio over here at this booth. Studio is Japan's leading website builder for designers. Are you tired of templates that box you in or no-code tools that are too complex? Meet Studio, a powerful yet intuitive as your favorite design app. It also have a minimalist UI that lets you drive in quickly and advanced web tools to make creating animated, CEO-friendly sites easily. For today, book a one-on-one session to start your portfolio or landing page with our product time for free. See you there. Tomorrow, we have workshops with all of our sponsors, and join Studio at 2 p.m. to build the Design Buddies website in Studio, online at 2 p.m. We also have Spline. Spline is a free 3D design software with real-time collaboration to create web interactive experiences in the browser. Check out their booth over there. They have the balloons. You can also create 3D objects, edit materials, and add interactions and export it. We've hosted many awesome design challenges over the years with Spline, so really appreciate working with them. It's always a really fun time doing some design challenges with Spline with Design Buddies over the years. I actually met them because CEO Alejandro posted in our Design Buddies Discord, and I reached out. We also have Dovetail as our sponsor, and we have an after party. Jeremy from Dovetail over there, wave in, say hi to Jeremy. Yes, so we have an after party today at Dovetail's office, and we love Dovetail. Dovetail helps designers understand what customers really want, so they can build features that they would actually use. It allows you to quickly craft compelling narratives around your design decisions using real customer data. It has a central location to keep everything stored in place. You can also use magic search to quickly find that data. You can use AI features to quickly break down customer calls and get insights faster than before. We love data. Also, Adobe, we love Adobe as well. We're hosting another after party with them in the next couple of weeks. Adobe is a software company building tools for designers for many years, including Photoshop, Illustrator, Premiere Pro, which are really widely used in like graphic design, video editing, and more. And they're also building a lot of Adobe Firefly and Adobe Express and Gen AI as well, so stay tuned for the party. For Hop to Last Speaker, put on your bunny ears. We're gonna take a huge group selfie. Let's do it. I got my GoPro here. We're gonna take multiple, and I'll choose the one where everybody looks the best in. Yeah, let me fix my hair. Fix my listing gears. Yeah. All right. We're gonna do a selfie and a video. Okay. I have my long bunny here. I'll probably put long bunny away for now. Okay. Ready? Set. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. Let me double check that. This is an important photo. Let me see. One more, and then a video. Ready? Let me double check that. Amazing. We'll do a video. We can do a wave, starting from this side. Wave. Okay. Ready? Set. Go. Woo. Send it back. Amazing. Now handing it off to our first speaker, Shreya. Yeah. Amazing. Welcome, Shreya. We hosted an awesome event at IDEO together a couple of weeks ago, and we hosted a tech tea time at Bunny House, so very excited to have Shreya on.
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
How are we doing today, San Francisco?
I missed that the steps are on this side. This is good. But you know what? There's like reasons why you wear pants to these things, right? Like you can do things on stage. All right, here we go. Do I have a full 30 minutes? We're a little bit behind. Fantastic. I'm not sure how this live stream is working. I wish I could see the chat coming in, but if we're good to go, hello, Mother. I'm so glad you're tuning in today from Chicago. My name is Xu Yagong. We're keeping it family friendly today, y'all. I'm going to be talking about emotional ergonomics in the age of cyber physicality and this concept of designing in the fourth dimension, which is something I've been researching for a few years. But good morning. Thank you all for being here. So excited for Grace and Design Buddies for hosting us at the gathering at the intersection of art and technology today, and I'm so excited for the series of talks we have coming up. Also, like, honored and intimidated to be the first one up, so we'll be a warm audience for me. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna get started with a creative warm-up. Before I get into the headspace and the intellectualization of what emotional ergonomics is, I want us to feel a little bit. Ergonomics is all about feeling and how things feel and sit inside of our bodies, so gonna do a quick wake up of our senses. I hope you've gotten your caffeine in. We're gonna turn on our listening ears. I love that everybody has bunny ears on today. This is very on theme. So here we go. I'm about to play two sounds for you. 90% of humans can hear the difference between these two sounds and accurately identify what these two sounds are and the difference between them. 100% of AIs can do it if they're programmed correctly. And so this high stakes. It's not a job replacement type of a thing, but something that we want to try our hardest at, right? So turn your ears on. I'm going to play you two sounds of water pouring. One of them is going to be cold water. One of them is going to be hot water. The toilet flush is not the sound, but nice background sound effects. Two sounds. One first, then the second. I'll play the first one again and the second one again. And then I'm gonna ask you which one is hot water pouring and which one is cold water pouring. And right now you might be like, I have no idea how I'm gonna hear. I'm like, what? You might. Just like clock into your body, you know? Okay, here we go. Here's the first sound. Okay. Here's... Amazing. That was the second one. I'm going to go back to the first one. I hope no one has used the restroom. Here's the second one. Okay, close your eyes for a moment so we're not biasing anyone. And folks in cyberspace, also chime in the chat. Which one is the colder one? Raise your hand if you think it's glass 1. Okay. Put your hands down. Raise your hand if you think it's glass 2. All right, put your hands down. Raise your hands if you think it's glass 1 again. All right, everybody open your eyes. Look around. It's shocking to me every single time I'm like, what if it doesn't work? Like, you know, it might not. But it does. 90% of the audience always gets that right every single time. If you know what the answer is in the chat, drop it in the chat, the explainer for this. If you know what the answer is here in person, take 30 seconds, turn to the person next to you, and just hypothesize a little bit of why. If you already know, feel free to like drop some nerd wisdom. If you don't, work it out. 30 seconds. Here we go. All right, 30 seconds is fast. We're doing things very quickly today. Is it me? Am I touching things? Are we good? Okay. All right. Does anyone in the audience have like a very firm, confident answer? They know what it is. We got a hand? How is this working? Yes. Chrissy. Track 1 is cold. Why?
Yeah, higher pitch is crisper sound.
Why is it crisper? Why is cold water crisper? Interesting. Other thoughts? Yes. In the blue. The molecules, why? Perfection. Here we go. All right, we had our third. There were people in the chat being like, "I know the answer. Here's the YouTube link explaining Vsauce, like this, how this is working." It's physics. It's a matter of thermodynamic flow. So if you're a physics nerd, like you'll know this. The sound of hot water pouring is a slightly lower frequency than the sound of cold water pouring because hot water molecules are more loosely attached, and so you're going to get a deeper sound. But how many of you in the audience like knew that though? You're like, yeah, that's why that one is cold water pouring. But yet most of you got it right. And I think that's what's so fascinating to me about ergonomics, about feelings, about technology, is that you have felt the difference. You have heard the difference between hot water and cold water before, so your lived experience, your experience of having a body is the thing that let you know what something that 100% of AIs would have gotten correctly, but the thing with 100% of AIs is how many AIs understand the difference between hot and cold? They can't really feel. They don't have bodies. They don't have any reason to do anything with that data. We're humans with bodies that retain muscle memory and lived experience memory, and those things are all there to protect us, to reward us, and to make us feel good. And so with all of the technology that we keep developing, the question that I've been asking and tracking for a while is, what are we sensing and what are we trying to make sense of with our tech? This is one of my favorite products in a category that I call litmus tech, which is like how you feel about it immediately says a lot about your general philosophy on technology, whether it's AI or something else. But this startup pitched me on an AI water bottle that basically said, listen, so there's this app that we've made with these sensors on your skin. It's gonna be able to tell you how thirsty you are, and it sends you a notification to drink water. And I was like, that's amazing. For $69.99, like, what if I just took a minute and checked in with myself, like, are you thirsty? and they had this moment where they were like, well, have you drunk any water today? And I was like, oh, you're right, I haven't. I've totally forgotten, right? Like to look at a pre-seed round and be like, are you raising for hydration sensor tech? Or like, do you just need people to remember to check in and think about it? Is a big moment, but at the same time, I realized, oh, I have not checked in with myself. I have forgotten about the needs of my body, and maybe I did need notifications on an AI-powered water bottle to tell me to drink water. And so there's something important about this moment that we're in, that this product could exist in the conditions of today in our society, both as a product that is technologically possible, but is also economically profitable. And I have a hunch that we are in the era of the cyber-physical. Some people call it phygital. Please no. Phygital sounds a little bit like a disease, and I like the premise of that it is cyber-physical, where we are in the cyber first and then in the digital second. And the reason why I have a very strong opinion about it being cyber-physical instead of anything else is because I desperately miss paper menus at restaurants. That is the reason. This is the world that we live in now. One is cyber first and physical second. We meet most people first on the internet. We see most things and objects on a screen before we hold them and feel them and understand what they are in this shape. And we live in an increasingly machine-readable world. We think about what we see before we feel what we can experience. And if you're looking at a menu, you're like, that's fine, whatever, it's okay. Like, there's probably more pictures on the online menu anyway, like I can get a sense for what I'm about to eat before I actually consume it. And then you see something like this. I definitely thought about making one, like got as far as making the mop-up on like custom ink, and then was like, I can't do this, I can't make it happen. But it feels more emotionally safe to scan a QR code on someone on the back of their shirt than asking them out on a date, than like make eye contact and be like, hey, I think you're attractive. I want to get to know whatever is going on underneath this. Do you want to just like spend some more time with me one-on-one? Like we don't have to do anything. We just like spend time together. And it's so weird that we can't do that. Like we can't make that eye contact happen. We have technology that is so powerful that in one click, I could talk to someone across the world who's like actually important, but I emotionally cannot handle the rejection potentially of a stranger that I do not know, that the only thing I know about them is that they're like kind of pretty to look at. Weird, right? Okay, so I think it's because we are in this world and we have gotten used to this world of this dichotomy and this tension between pockets in our sockets Sorry, eyeballs in our sockets, caffeine, and eyeballs in our pockets, right? This machine-readable world that we're in, this computer-readable world where a QR code is very easily accessible by your phone, versus this human-readable world where we've designed signs for a very long time to help us signify and earmark shortcuts to what we should be doing and how we should be behaving around each other and around our infrastructure. And what's interesting about this is that this stop sign, red shape, 8 sides, stop, completely useless to a machine. Really not helpful, actually. But these QR codes, absolutely indecipherable to us as humans. Does that say stop? Does that say go? I don't really know. At some point, we've started to rely on our pocket eyeballs in a very, very real and dependent way. And so I have this question that I've been tracking for a long time is, which future are we going to live in more? It's probably a blend of both, but what interactions do we allow to be machine readable and which ones do we allow to be human readable? And sometimes I think it's fine, right? I'm like, let technology take care of a lot of things. I look at dogs and I'm like, you have figured out leisure species. Like there are type 1, type 2, type 3 civilizations. Like I'm all for us being able to make contact with aliens, but I'm like waiting for when we become leisure species. Like dogs used to have jobs. They used to work really hard, like herding sheep and stuff. And now they like go to daycare. I would love to go to daycare. I would love for someone to pay for me to be like, go play with toys, have social stimulation, be intellectually stimulated by other smart people. That would be great. But no, we're still in our productive era, and likely I will have to pay for daycare before someone pays me to go to daycare. But I think that there's an awkward alignment between the jobs that we're supposed to do and the things that we are capable of creatively doing now as humans. And sociobiologist E.O. Wilson puts this really nicely. He basically says, listen, we live in a society where there are Paleolithic emotions, medieval institutions, and godlike technology. And let me just break down this a little bit for us and what this means. Paleolithic emotions. These are things that have built up in our bodies for tens of thousands of years, right? We are inheriting bodily, physical evolution and genetics that have been inherited down to us through incentives that are at our base programming levels, just food and sex. But we're living in our day-to-day with jobs and laws that have been passed down through hundreds of years, we're working at a century scale, of social incentives and cultural inheritance. We're just like how to have fun getting food and sex. And then now we're in this moment of grappling with technological infrastructure that passes down actually mostly economic incentives, which is this strange place of how to hold power about getting food and sex. So this breakdown of Paleolithic emotions, medieval institutions, and godlike technology, we are humans navigating a world where we're connected to 4,000 people on the internet right now and around 200 people in person. This ratio has never really happened before. I've never been in front of 4,000 people in person and 200 people online. The balance and where we are in the world is a little bit different. And so if the internet feels like it's getting weird, I think it's because it doesn't have the capacity to feel. It has the capacity to think. And as designers of the internet, I mean, let's be honest for a moment. Like, close your eyes, actually, so we can be a little bit more honest. Raise your hand if you find yourself thinking about your feelings more often than you feel your feelings. And if you're asking yourself, like, what does feeling your feelings mean? My friend, you're thinking about your feelings. Like, that's a clear sign. All right, put your hands down. Design thinking got adopted in boardrooms where high-level design strategy got made. And I think in calling it design thinking, we missed something about design feeling. We ended up in this moment, very interesting in our history as humanity, where we made sand think. But I don't know if we ever asked it to dance. I don't know if we ever asked our technology to do something for us other than to be productive. And that's what I'd love to explore with us today. So, I'm gonna back up for a moment. You've just gotten like the high-level thesis about what happens. You're like, Shuya, who are you? What do you do? What are you talking about here? Emotional ergonomics. we're going to do some fun things together for the next 25 minutes or so, but for nearing about a decade, I've been an interaction designer at IDEO Collab Ventures. You can find my work on shelves at Target. Also, I've done a lot of projects in the circular economy that ended up in retail, but my true love is emerging tech. And for many years, Collab was about doing research and design about what would happen when new trends or new technologies were put into a collaborative ecosystem. And in 2015, we started to explore what it would look like to bring together a collaborative ecosystem of financial institutions to understand decentralized ledger technologies, also known as crypto, blockchain, and Web3. There's good questions out there still about what those use cases might be, but I think what really happened is that the philosophy of those technologies really got adopted. We ended up with a more distributed and decentralized internet, even if they weren't built on-chain. We ended up with the premise of community and culture being a lot more important, even though if the tools built for those aren't there yet. And so what I love to do is look at the decades-long arc of how an industry is changing because of the insertion of a new technological or cultural trend. And following that long arc allows us to look more at the philosophies and strategies of what's going to change there instead of potentially just the tools themselves. It's also fun to look at what the infrastructure is. And so today, I'm an investor and a creative director at IDEO Collab Ventures, and I teach and research as an innovation fellow and lecturer at Harvard Engineering. And I'm most interested in understanding the new feelings that are now possible because of the internet, because of the cyber-physical space that we're in. So here are some of the rabbit holes that I'm chasing. Grab a picture of this, and then we can move on, because this will end up being a very, very, very long paper / maybe book to get to. But I'm really asking these questions about how do we change as people? How do we change as friends? How do we change as neighbors? How do we change as lovers? How do we start to change as occupying spaces in general? And before we get into the ergonomics, designing ergonomics of our own, I want to do a little bit of a review of ergonomics throughout history and why they've been important. Are we ready? A little history lesson? This should be fun. It's interactive. We'll do a little back and forth. So, physical ergonomics. I'm going to start here. If we were to look at the agricultural and industrial era of work, we might understand this as like the beginnings of physical ergonomics as a craft and a practice and a consideration. In physical ergonomics, there were things that were very important basic concepts in design. The first one is handles. Like if you look at machines, you see limitations in how comfortable they could have been because they were manufacturing, but what we had when we were looking at how to interact with machines at the beginning, before it was with a laptop, it was handles. How do you make them squishier? How do you make them things that you want to touch? How do you make them irresistible? But there was an economic incentive as well. The point of handles being more comfortable is so that workers could work longer, have less wear and tear on their bodies over time, and be able to have longer productive years. It also shows up in more day-to-day things. How many of you have sat in an Eames chair? Very, 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 at art museums? Yes, 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 okay, amazing. How much do you think this chair is? Shout it out. 500, we got 500. We got 600? 600, we got 700? 800, the price is $800 roughly for a chair like this, right? My mom's like, why didn't you become a chair designer? What are you doing? $800 for a chair like this. How long do you usually sit in a chair like this? Does anyone know? 20 minutes max, you're right. Why? Because your butt hurts after 20 minutes or so. Like, this is an uncomfortable chair. It is physically unergonomic for $800. And you know what? You paid the extra $750 to be uncomfortable after 20 minutes. Because the whole point of this chair, being in nice spaces, is that it's transient. You sit there and like your body sends you a signal after a while, like, I got like some ants in my pants, maybe it's time to go. You had exactly the right amount of time for a coffee, for a sit-down chat, and then you're out of there. That is physical ergonomics from a long profession of design compressed into an object. So, $800, you're getting what you paid for. Okay, that's physical ergonomics. We feel good about physical ergonomics? Cool. Mental ergonomics. When we moved into the information era, when we moved into how do I deliver value in terms of information, the way the internet first exploded with consuming and producing value, to have one-click UI UXs and to fit a lot of information into a 15-second ad on Instagram, this was the beginning of the attention economy. This was the beginning of paying attention, spending time, our data as labor. And I'm about to hijack your attention for a moment. So I hope you gonna give me some consent, just to show you what UI UX designers are very capable of. And I want you to face palm when you fall for it. because you're gonna fall for it. Every one of you, right? You're thinking like, I'm a designer. I know these tricks. I'm not gonna fall for it. I've looked at this slide so many times. I fall for it. I'm falling for it right now, looking at the preview on a thumbnail. It's gonna happen. Just like let it happen. Enjoy the moment. Enjoy being a part of the in-joke. Facepalm. It's fine. Are we ready? Online folks, are we ready? You can facepalm too. You can just, do it lightly. 3, audibly groan, maybe. 3, 2, 1. There are 3 waves of realizations. You're like, I've fallen for it. Dang, I've fallen for it again. And then, oh, I fell for it again. I wonder why. This is tens of thousands of hours in Illustrator, Sketch, Figma, all of the apps that have died since then. Hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions, of designer salaries guiding you through a planned user journey to get you to buy more, to scroll more, to stay on the platform. Every click, every color, every 15-pixel corner-rounded radius. This is the most creative, most group energy kids whose parents wanted them to be engineers, working on this to hijack your mental ergonomics. What you've developed over tens of thousands of years of evolution to chemically induce dopamine surges. It's very efficient and it's very good. We bow to our phones for hours a day. We're drawing these invisible sigils on a Black Mirror altar with our fingers. We're paying attention. We're spending time. Ritualistically, every morning, first thing, what are you looking at? Your phone. Last thing, what are you looking at before you go to bed? Your phone. If it doesn't fall in your face, like that, we have those nights. And what are we looking at? What are we worshiping? What are we spending our time on? It's so interesting to me to think about how our bodies are tuned for work. Our mental ergonomics are now tuned for work. We don't really think a lot about how we feel about those things, the intersection between that physical and mental ergonomics. And this is where I think emotional ergonomics really comes in. Okay, I'm gonna hijack your emotions for a moment. It's not too bad. It's not that invasive. But we're gonna look at this next slide. And I want you to look at it for a moment, and then we're gonna count down, 3, 2, 1, and have a reaction together about the word that comes to mind, the feeling that comes to mind. We're just gonna sit in it for a little bit. Are we ready? Okay, here we go. Okay. Ooh, spicy. Some of you are like, I'm thinking about a particular person right now. You know what? Just text that person, but do it in a nice way. Okay, on the count of 3, I want you to yell it out or drop it in the chat if you're online, what you're feeling when you look at this. Are we ready? 3, 2, 1. At least we're self-aware about it, right? Okay, there's that. Self-awareness is not the same as being self-actualized. What do we want to do about this kerfuffle that we found ourselves in? That this thing that we look at so often, just 3 inches away from your phone, is causing us anxiety all the time. How many micro moments of the day? My hunch is that we've been using the wrong tools and the wrong language, maybe even the wrong frameworks, because as digital product designers, we're maybe inherently cyber-physical designers. We are designing for bodies that are experiencing emotions like anxiety, that are being delivered to us on a flat 2D surface, about 5, 6 inches of, well, it's actually 8 or 10 inches of real estate, depending on how big of a phone you have. And what's exciting to me about spatial is that we're moving into 3-dimensional space, and there's a little bit more of a scope of imagination there. But let's not forget that digital products age faster. It's not just the sense of space that we now have, it's also the dimension of time that we're designing through, because feelings are things that ground and flavor our experiences of time. But it puts us in a weird space, and anxiety is one of those feelings that you can name it, you can probably do something about it, that's something you can work on. Something that's been puzzling me and really makes me want to work on emotional ergonomics is when this came out. This is an oldie but a goodie, right? Before the ChatGPT storm, this is 2023 early, Deep Nostalgia came out with this thing that could animate your family photos, especially of photos of folks who had passed on already. And it was an early signal to me of something deeper shifting. And the question that I have is like, how do we feel about digital ghosts? Like, how do we feel about digital cemeteries? What do we do with data of our loved ones that have passed on? Before we go deeper into here, though, I want us to take a look at this clip from a show that I love that might be aging me a little bit, but let's see if we can get this to press play. Friends from 1999. Do I just press? Here we go.
So, this is a fascinating book. By the year 2030, there'll be computers that can carry out the same amount of functions as an actual human brain. So, theoretically, you could download your thoughts and memories into this computer and live forever as a machine. And I just realized I can sleep with my eyes open.
So, like, are you Chandler or are you Ross? Tag yourselves. You never really want to be Ross in Friends, but, in that case, I'm Ross. Okay, it didn't take until 2030. December 2023, using AI to talk to the dead, Dr. Stephanie Lucas-Oni uses Hereafter AI to talk to her father about some decisions and unresolved questions after his passing. We had this in 2023. We're like 7 years ahead of schedule. Never happens, production timelines. We're like doing great. But I do want to know, like, where are we going towards? Where is this? How do we feel about being able to talk to our loved ones that have passed on? We're grappling with the concept of digital immortality, and we're architecting new theology here. Like, let's just sit with that for a moment. This is big stuff. This is stuff where we're contemplating, like, what happens after we die? What happens to our loved ones after we pass? What does this all mean? What does it ladder up to? And in the contemplations of immortality and theology, we used to make these decisions collectively, in community, in cathedrals, across centuries of time to process these new feelings and emotions we have. And now we're making them alone on like 2-day prime delivery furniture in like consumer app screen flows. Like, it's all here now. Big schisms. And so I think it's just too tight of a design constraint. To think about using screen flows to grapple with these larger concepts of humanity is really big, and I've been revisiting literature from the 1800s when like early church stuff was going through schisms and developing. And my favorite book that I came back to is called Flatlands, A Romancing of Dimensions. And so as the internet has like this year gone through a collective reckoning of what to do with ChatGPT and creating a fourth person pronoun chat, I've started to look at cyberspace more as a fourth dimensional object. And the whole premise of Flatlands is what happens when this fictional world has a 2-dimensional circle meeting a 3-dimensional sphere and trying to understand, like, how do you have depth? What does that mean? Like, I'm a flat person and I don't know what the rest of that goes to. And I've been thinking about it in the same way of what does it look like for ourselves as 3-dimensional beings with bodies, because we're 3-dimensional, pinch yourself, you're not in a dream, grappling with AI, hyperobjects, big systems that maybe exist in the 4th dimension, that maybe are existing across time, coordinating in a way that we haven't been able to or understand how to before. And I think there's something very, very important for us to get right, which is the power of narrative and the power of storytelling. When we look at something like this scene, how many of you saw this while you were in theaters? 2010? Yeah, Inception, Christopher Nolan. This was a jaw-dropper of a moment. You might have forgotten plot details, you might have forgotten about how all this was architected, but you will not forget this gift, this moment of sitting there and waiting and being like, whoa, this is the longest 30 seconds of my life. Like, what's gonna happen with that top? Like, I'm here, I'm just waiting for it to topple. Directors, cinematographers, and artists understand the power of narrative immersion, which will always be more powerful than technical immersion because of how good our imaginations are. They curate time for us. Algorithms, and unfortunately many designers and engineers, don't think about or cannot curate time because our platforms aren't architected that way. They deliver very chaotic time to us. And so if we're looking at these two gifts, we've got something really chaotic. It's not curated by anyone. It's just all of the notifications from all of the different things across your phone coming to you, chaotic time, versus, I'm very proud of this GIF, it's actually the entire movie of Up inside of one GIF. I don't really know how that happened, but like, if you slowed it down, you'd see the whole thing. Even though this is fast, even though it's high paced, there's a sense of linearity, there's a sense of story arc, there's a sense of narrative that carries through all of it. Engineers, for the most part, have not been trained as artists or culturalists, and most design decisions have been made consistently since the beginning of the internet to do this, to consistently compress. Since the mid-'80s, we've been having objects go into our screen, personal memories, little mementos from our future, the way we navigate the world, the way that we talk about things that we like, everything has been compressed. And so this question that I have now is, what else is left to go into the screen? Maybe ourselves as humans, like there is virtual reality. Maybe it's a time for us to be looking through the screen, through augmented reality, that's fine. But we have our phones for a little bit longer. I don't know that everybody will make the jump into virtual reality. Like sometimes I'm like, the Amish kind of had a point, you know? Like, I could see it, I get it. I might draw that line for myself somewhere. But before we get to the spatial web, before all of our headsets become something that's normal and everyday for us, I'm interested in understanding what some fundamentally new interactions might look like just with our phones, just with our everyday to-day interactions. And so this is what I'm going to prompt us to do. We're going to have about 8 minutes. This is like a really fast version of a design workout. Like normally this should be like 90 minutes, maybe a 2-week project. It would be fun. But point being, we need new words, we need new tools, we need new methods to design for the time travel that we're guiding for other people. Asa Raskin named himself the inventor of the infinite scroll, which is fine. If I had a Wikipedia page, I'd want someone to put like inventor of the something else, but I think that the feeling of the infinite scroll and the feeling of pull down and refresh is very similar to digital chain smoking. Like the feeling that you get is anticipation, but like what you're really doing is just like chain smoking notifications all the time. Swiping left or right on Tinder, whatever. They're all interactions that happen importantly, though, inside of the screen. We very much use our screen since about the 80s, 90s as things that happen inside of it, in reducing our bodies to our thumbs and just our eyeballs, looking into something very, very small. We're bowing to it. I'm really interested in interactions that happen outside of the screen, that are expansive, that use our phones more like remote controls for the rest of the world that is happening around us. And so I love this one by Weezer. Of all people, it's from Weezer. This is delightful. It acknowledges humans as something bigger than the screen, not constrained by it. If your camera can pick up this QR code, feel free to grab this, or just go to humanrecordplayer.com. I wanted to do a demo up on stage, but I'm a little bit wary about kicking all the plushies off. It's a human record player. You open it up, and then you spin with it, and then it plays music as if you were a record player. It's kind of amazing. It's great. Yeah, this is what I hope we all do during lunch, is we're just going to spin around and like throw up and play music from Weezer. I also love this one. It's an interaction that takes account the space that's around the phone, not just what's in it, right? iBeer. Here's the thing about iBeer. When it first came out, it was a toy. Toys are important for the evolution and development and maturation of technology. Toys are a great place to de-risk technology before it becomes infrastructure. Like the offset quote, like, F around and find out. Like, don't F around, just like make toys. Make toys and find out, see what happens. So the thing about this though, economic incentives, it was pulling in about $20,000 a day. How many AI founders right now would be so happy if they were making $20,000 a day on downloads? This was doing it. It didn't last forever, but it was a really great demonstration of what a phone could do, new technology at the time, and what the things inside of it that seemed like magic for people could do. So today we're going to go back to basics. I'm going to take us through 8 minutes of a really fast creative exercise, and it's going to be so fundamental and simple, and hopefully opens your eyes up to new interactions in a different way. And here's the framework that I use. Design a ritual for a group of people to do something while in a place or context. And these are cards that, as a deck, are really helpful to just pull out and fill in the blanks every time, just to see what you get, and pull your brain or your team through, how do we think about creating these interactions and experiences for humans that are ergonomic in different ways? So the one that I'm going to give us today, oh, random cosmic generator of prompts, give me a prompt. We are going to design a handshake for strangers to share a Wi-Fi password while in a networking event. I wonder how relevant that is for today. Okay, I'm not gonna just like send you off into the universe to do this though, like as fun as that would be, because I would love to do that, but no, a little bit of curation for the chaos. These are the questions that I start out with when thinking about something like this. I'm not gonna have you go through all of them step by step. This is the like longer 90-minute version of this workshop, but I ask a lot about like, well, when does this interaction start? My friend Olivia Vagelos, who runs Design for Feelings, you should check it out if you're interested in this, thinks about this as a threshold moment. When are you stepping into this interaction starting? How do they feel? When does it end? How do they feel when it ends? How does it feel when it's finished? When is it complete? When do you know it's done for both people? How is it relational, long-term? How is it transactional in the short term? What is the amount of risk that's involved, both emotionally, security-wise, financially? Wi-Fi passwords are an interesting place, right? Meeting strangers is an interesting place. Meeting strangers at a networking event, interesting place. You're kind of trying to suss out, like, do I want to work with this person? Do I want to be friends with this person? Do I never want to see this person again? Do I want to date this person? Like, there's interesting dynamics happening. What technology magic do you need? What information is needed? All these questions. Take a picture of this, because we're going to go back to designing a handshake for strangers to share Wi-Fi passwords while in a networking event, and your 8 minutes is going to start out this way. I'm going to give you 1 minute to turn to the person next to you. You are identifying them as your design partner for this exercise. If you're online, please do this with yourself or grab someone from the house. Toddlers will love this exercise. It's fantastic. First minute intros. Just start off easy. I'm a blank from fill in the blank, and something lives in my mind rent-free. Something that's just always top of mind. There's a tab that's always open for you. Might be the Roman Empire. That could be a thing. Okay, the next 3 minutes, I'll remind you, I'll cue you. This is like a Zumba class. Like, you take it at your own pace, but like, I'll move you on. 3 minute body storm. You're gonna make 6 interactions. I know we had all of these questions, but somehow, like, I don't think you need to think your way through all of these. If you need this, if you're a person who thinks about your feelings instead of feeling your feelings, like, yes, come back to these. You can use these. But I'm gonna kind of just intuit it. What are 6 interactions that feel kind of normal? Use your phone. You don't use your phone. Use a high five. Use a handshake. Interpret handshake very loosely. And then 2 minutes to down select to your favorite one. 2 minutes to come up with a name and a one-liner for it. Our handshake is called blank, and it works when 2 people fill in the blank. And snap this QR code to submit it to a Slido when you're ready for it. And we'll end with like a share of 1 or 2 in the room. Does that feel okay? Does that sound good? Okay, I'll share the stage. 8 minutes to do this. I'll walk around just to see what people are working on. And this is your forced interaction to make friends with a stranger. Very easy prompt. I'm a blank from blank, and something lives in my mind rent-free. 8 minutes, I'll cue you when it's time to switch. Go.
All right, friends. I'm gonna put a time stop for us. This is, I'm so glad y'all are talking. I was worried this was gonna be like a real awkward moment. It's good. All right, we don't have 8 minutes. I've just been alerted. We are short on time, so I gotta like wrap this up and get us going. But I highly recommend this as a continued lunchtime activity. I do have one space for one team to present the handshake that they came up with. Is anyone like, I really, 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 really want to go and come on stage and do it? Do you want to come up? Is that fun? No, you're like, no, who are you looking at? Does anyone want to share? Right in the front? Yeah? All right, let's do it. Come on up. Here we go. A full audience participation moment. Phenomenal. The bunny ears have to come up too. Can I get your names?
I am Tani.
I'm Anne.
Tani and Anne. All right. Do you want to share with us what you've gotten? Oh, hold on 1 second. Let me go back to the prompt. What have we created today that's emotionally ergonomic? Designing a handshake for strangers to share a Wi-Fi password while at a networking event. What does this look like?
We created a handshake when you bite with someone, so it's called the laundry handshake.
Okay, the laundry handshake. Here we go. The laundry handshake. Fantastic. You got to work for that Wi-Fi. Amazing. Thank you so much. One more round of applause for our fantastic designers. The laundry. I mean, yeah, I want that. That's exactly the interaction that I want to kick off. Okay, I'm gonna skip past a lot of these things because I'm out of time. But I want to give us one example of why this matters. Why does emotional ergonomics matter at all in the context that we are today? And I want to know, a question for the crowd, what's wrong with this elevator? Shout it out if you've got it. No buttons. Great for an April Fool's hack, right? Super great, super awesome. You're like voice activated to go to your floor. You just get people yelling at this all the time. But terrible for a sense of neighborly good vibes, right? I've lost the ability to say, let me hold the door for you. What floor are you going to? Can I help you get somewhere that you need to go today? I've lost the ability to become a good neighbor. Why? Because as an industry, as an economy, we are so obsessed with designing for convenience. And in the design of convenience, in the design of making things seamless, one click, slick, we've accidentally designed for loneliness. The health risks of prolonged social isolation is the equivalent to smoking 15 cigarettes a day. That is not an excuse for you to pull out your vapes. But where we have gotten as an industry, as a responsibility of group of designers, is that we have been measuring time as milliseconds on a clock, and not moments in our lives. And we're really good at identifying pain points. That's our job. We're good at identifying pain points and saying, I'm gonna make that go away. But the problem with making pain points go away is sometimes we forget that these pain points, these moments of friction, are really important in holding our social and cultural fabric together, right? There's a difference between pain and suffering. Pain is very physical. Suffering is very emotional. And so I used to walk into the studio of IDEO most days. There's this weird walkway where you have to walk all the way down this fence, along this fence, and then walk through the entrance over here. We did construction on this a while back, and we very easily could have taken out a gate over here because the front door is very close by to it. It takes about 30 seconds to walk along this path. It's not ergonomic physically to do. It's not economically an incentive. You are literally spending more time. But actually, I think that there's a monetary payoff in the end. And it certainly is more emotionally ergonomic. Because when you walk out this door, you have to walk all the way around the fence. You might wait for somebody who's holding the door open for you. This point is very, very important for this studio and for this group of people. It's inside of this friction point and inside this physically maybe less ergonomic but emotionally very ergonomic that lingering happens, that meaningful friction happens, that culture is built in an organization. What if we got dinner? Okay, I'll wait for you at the end of the block. I'll catch the next bus. I'll walk home with you. It's these moments that make up the social infrastructure that's not technological at all, but these are the things that pay up over time. So to have removed this pain point is to consider physical ergonomics, but to have removed this pain point was to have ignored completely emotional ergonomics. And to think about emotional ergonomics is to design beyond one human and to really think about designing for a community. You'll see this, though, in your digital apps. I want you to start taking note of what these things are. Your homework assignment is to look at digital product flows and what you're responsible for and whether or not they're emotionally ergonomic. Mint.com, RIP, used to have this loading screen to tell you that a transaction was going through. Did they need that much time to process? No. Why did they put it in there? They were designing for a sense of security. So, your homework, spot as many moments of emotional ergonomics as you can in your products or when they're missing. And for extra credit homework points, like turn your phone to grayscale, like it actually does a lot. It changes the way that you interact with your technology and it makes the outside world a lot brighter of a place. I'm gonna skip these research slides because I wanna give you my contact info. You've been an amazing audience. Thank you so, so much. You can find me on cyberspace, most places at Oh My Gong in the corner here. I run the creative residency at IDEO Collab Ventures. If you are a creative technologist or founder and looking for 3 months and $15K of grant funding, no strings attached, or equity dilution, sign up on this side. You can find me at IDEO or find me here if you're looking to just do some research and collaborations together. Meet me at the intersection of art and technology, but the age of cyber-physicality. I think we have one question from the crowd. Do we have time? We're over time. We don't. Okay, before I go, one last thing. I want you to take out your hand, your right hand, your most dominant one. How many of you have the pinky divot? I just want to know, look at your hand, look at your pinky. Does your phone sit so perfectly in that divot? Is that a thing? Go hold someone else's hand or touch some grass. You've been great. I'm Shuya Gong. I'll see you in cyberspace.
Amazing. Thank you so much. That was wonderful. Feel free to reach out. We have Rachel for Designing Dimensions up next, but we have and after that, feel free to ask Shuya and Rachel any questions via the break or on our Discord, discord.gg/designbuddies. So excited to welcome Rachel on the stage.
Thank you. Oh, let's see. Hi, everyone. All right, let's get right into it. So, humanity has always sought to capture and share knowledge, from the etchings on stone tablets through scrolls and manuscripts to the invention of the printing press. Each step revolutionized how we store and disseminate information, but always within the confines of physical, tangible media. Then the digital boom happened and brought a significant leap, transforming ink and paper into pixels and screens. So from the first bulky computers that used to take up entire rooms, so hard to imagine these days, to the more compact ones, and then to the sleek laptops, tablets, and smartphones that we know and love today, our portals to the digital world remain bound by flat, rectangular displays. And then, as technology evolved, so did our ambitions. Early virtual and augmented reality technology hinted at what was to come, breaking free from the rectangles that held us bound for so long. And then, today, devices like the Apple Vision Pro and Quest 3 are not just transforming our view, they're inviting us into it. Spatial design merges digital and physical realms, allowing us to interact with information and our environment in three-dimensional space. And with that, today we'll be talking about designing dimensions, an introduction to spatial design. And I know I only have 20 minutes. There's a lot that we're going to cover, so sit back, relax, but also stay on the edge of your seat. We're going to breeze through this. My name is Resham. I'm a product designer, and let's get into it. So, a quick intro to spatial design. My understanding of spatial design is very simply blending the physical and digital worlds to different extents. And we've heard different terms for this, right? Augmented reality, virtual reality, extended reality, mixed reality. For today, let's just set that aside and go into the first principles. So in the interest of time, today's talk will just focus on the Apple Vision Pro and some key design principles to keep in mind while you're designing for this new surface. So for the elements of spatial design, the 3 topics that we'll be covering today are space, which is just some context setting about immersion and locomotion. Then talking about interfaces, so the canvas, typography, colors, and scale. And then finally, interactions, which is where a lot of these new modalities are happening, especially with the eye and hand gesture tracking, designing custom gestures, and then topping that off with the concept of direct touch. It's going to be lecture style, so bear with me. I'm going to try to keep this as actionable as possible so you all can go home today and then try to just dive in and start designing. So first up, we have space. We will just briefly talk about immersion and locomotion. I won't be going like super in-depth with these topics, just to set the stage. So these are just 3 different views that you can have, and people can fluidly transition between different levels of immersion. By default, on this side, you can see that an app launches in something that is called shared space, where multiple apps can run side by side, and people can often open, close, and run side by side windows. This is usually what you see when you see videos of the Apple Vision Pro being demoed, but people can also choose to transition to an app or in full space where that's the only app that's running, and this can be in a panoramic mode, or it can also be where you view 3D content blended in with your surroundings, or even open up a portal to view another place or an entirely different world, which is kind of like that final level of full level of immersion. But not every task benefits from immersion, and this is something that we really need to keep in mind, because not every immersive task needs to be fully immersive. And there are a lot of factors to consider, especially like the weight of the headset, the battery life, the eye strain, the motion sickness, fatigue, and also, like we just discussed, the emotional ergonomics that go into this. Just quickly touching on locomotion. Locomotion enables users to move and navigate within their virtual environments, and these movements can be classified into artificial and physical locomotion. For example, in teleportation, users point to a destination using a controller, and that kind of casts a ray and highlights a spot in the virtual world, which indicates once you release, you kind of get spawned into that. And the user's not actually moving, but their avatar and the experience is moving. So this is an artificial locomotion technique. However, on the other hand, some of the experience might benefit from room scale, like natural walking. If this was my confined space, if I was to physically walk around, I would also move in this virtual experience within a demarcated safe zone that is tied to the actual physical space that I'm in. So during an onboarding, for example, when I'm setting up my headset or about to go into an experience, I would use my controller to draw a box around me that tells me that if I was to get too close, I would fall off the stage. And that is an example of the physical locomotion. And then, as you might have guessed, a very, very common concern that comes up when we discuss VR is the issue associated with motion sickness. And this happens when there's a disconnect between what your eyes are seeing and what your body is feeling, especially regarding motion. So if you've ever felt seasick or car sick, it's pretty much the same thing because your body and your eyes are experiencing this disconnect, and there's like science behind this, but basically your body feels sick because it feels like to your body that you're being poisoned because there's a mismatch in your senses, which is what kicks in motion sickness, also in VR. So that was just a quick primer, and now let's get into interfaces. We will be talking about the canvas, which is essentially Windows. I just don't want to confuse you all, so for the sake of today, let's just call that our canvas. And then we'll briefly discuss typography, colors, and scale. As I mentioned, I'm just going to call this Canvas today because I don't want to confuse you all with Apple and Windows OS. But a few things to know about Windows/canvases is that this canvas and apps should cast realistic shadows on your real environment because the entire point of this is to blend your physical and digital space in different ways and at different varying degrees. So remember that, as you can see here, maybe not as well with the lighting, but these windows or canvases are actually casting shadows on the table that this person has in front of them, which is a part of their real environment. They should also emit some light to their surroundings, like a glow from the screen, so that the room is changing with this light and it feels more integrated into your surroundings. And then, this is really interesting. The frosted glass material that they came up with is meant to adapt to environments, and it doesn't really have a dark or light mode. I know there's like this whole debate in like the design camp, like, I'm a light mode person, like, oh, I'm a dark mode person. Well, that option here isn't really available. And the reason they chose this material is because it blends into any background or surrounding and makes the content feel like it's part of your space. And then, as you can see here, the canvas becomes slightly more transparent when a person's coming into the field of view, and this is called the pass-through effect. And lastly, the transparency of the window increases while you're moving it around in your environment so that you're able to better see where you're placing it. And then in this example, we start with the glass window, and then when you want to separate a section, like a sidebar, we use the dark material. Lighter material brings attention to the buttons and interactive elements, and then darker materials are used to increase contrast for standard components like input fields, and as you can see, that just translated into the music app, and the text defaults to white. So that's just a quick example of how you're using this glass material, and there's different contrast ratios that you keep in mind while you're designing. And then next up, I think this is frozen. Let's see. Okay, I guess we are experiencing some technical difficulties. The slides are one step back and, oh, there we go. Perfect. All right, back to regular programming. So when it comes to typography, a general rule of thumb is that you just want to go one tone heavier for each font weight that you currently use for other surfaces. And this is just to improve the readability because of the material that's being used, like the frosted glass, and the distance at which you're viewing this. So you just want to go one tone to one semitone heavier. And these guidelines can also be found in like the Apple. Apple puts out like Figma files, and they also have a lot of design documentation. So you can read more about this there. Quick note on colors. So it's really challenging because the glass material can be many different colors because it takes on the color of what is behind it, and that is the principle, right? That's the desired effect that they're trying to achieve. But that also means that colorful elements can be really hard to see if they happen to match this color that's in your background. And I'm sure you all are already aware, but looking at this example, it's clear that contrast and accessibility considerations are also something that you need to keep in mind. And mostly consider using white text and symbols most of the times, but if you use color, use it in a background layer or in an entire button so that people are able to see it. And another good thing to note is just try to use system colors instead of custom colors when possible, because they've been specially calibrated for vibrancy and to dynamically adapt to maintain hue and contrast. The last thing I'm going to say about this section is about scale, and this is really counterintuitive, but as you can see from this video, the window is actually getting larger as you move it away from you and smaller as you're bringing it closer to you. So making sure to distance things in points and not pixels will make sure that that your designs are scaling well as you move things closer and further away from you. Cool. Still with me? This is the last section. I know I just threw a lot at you guys, but the last thing that we're going to talk about is interactions. And within interactions, we'll be talking about the eyes and hands because that's where most of this new technology has come in. And since this is where the most significant progress has been made. And then we'll touch on custom gestures and a little bit about direct touch. So there's different ways in which we can interact with virtual environments, like voice, through a keyboard or a trackpad, with various types of controllers, and then most recently, which is our focus for today, eye and hand interactions. Because these are personal and unique to you and capture the details of your natural movement, but also the comfort of being able to rest your hands next to you and still interact with technology is really interesting and something really new. So when it comes to eyes, this is mostly going to be a preview of sorts, but we'll glance over some things, and it's going to be about comfort, ease of use, and responsiveness. So when it comes to comfort, 2 things to remember. Place your content inside the field of view and use depth to create hierarchy. Placing your content inside of the field of view simply means that render things in front of the person and keep them spatially locked in. When someone is trying to move their head with the headset on, don't move them along with their gaze, because that can be really disorienting. You want to ground these things spatially and not lock them right in front of the person, because that can feel extremely jarring and unsettling. And then using depth to create hierarchy. As you can see here, the controls are placed in front of the canvas, and having them at this different depth is creating easier access to us for these controls. Kind of much like how you think about when you open up your laptop, your keyboard is closer to you than the laptop screen, and you have easier access to it while still being able to control what's happening on the screen. And then, in terms of ease of use, you want to typically use rounded shapes and softer UI elements, and then also keep your target areas to a 60-point minimum. And what does that mean? So, when it comes to using rounded shapes and softer UI, we want to be able to help our eyes and use rounded shapes. And why is that? Because rounded shapes help us focus in the center. And when we use circles, rounded rectangles, and pills, you're more focused and your gaze is actually more targeted towards the middle, which helps with the eye tracking. But when you use sharper shapes, your eyes actually tend to focus on those edges because they're pointy and almost uncomfortable feeling. So for eye tracking, rounder elements are better because you're focusing your gaze in the middle and it involves more precision. So keep shapes flat, avoid thick outlines, and center things in the middle with a lot of generous padding. And then when it comes to making target areas a 60-point minimum, you can also achieve this with a combination of size and space. It doesn't actually have to be the element itself being 60 points, but as you'll see in a moment, it can also just be with some padding on the side, and then the actual element is 44 points. And then when you place it in a layout, it is sufficiently spaced out for the headset to gauge the intention of your eye and gaze. Lastly, with responsiveness, we'll focus on intention and on creating feedback mechanisms. So as we basically just talked about throughout this entire section, gaze equals to intention. So when you look at something for a long time, the system takes it as a signal that you're interested in what your eyes are focusing on. And looking time and eye tracking, as I was talking to someone about this earlier, are also things that are measured and studied in research experiments. So this assumption is also grounded in science. So for example, that can mean that button tooltips can be revealed when you're looking at something for a long time, or navigation bars can expand and reveal more information. And also, like one of the main modalities that they're using is when you're looking at something and you pinch your fingers together, you can use that as a selection mechanism. So just a reminder to take advantage of eye intent in other ways as well. For feedback mechanisms, you can also use hover effects to provide feedback. All interactive elements should be highlighted as your eyes are moving through the display to indicate that yes, what you are looking at is also being picked up by the headset, but our eyes move really quickly, so this effect needs to be subtle and needs to work on top of any content. And then you can also use spatial audio to indicate where the sound is coming from that object, and also haptics if you have controllers involved in some experiences. So, that was a lot. To quickly recap, just the main takeaways that you need from this section are to place your content in front of the viewer, design elements that attract the eyes, respect the minimum target area for eyes, use hover effects to provide feedback, and lastly, reveal extra information on eye intent. So when you're looking at something, use that as a signal of intention and then reveal more information. All right, we made it this far. Last section on hands, we're just going to talk about system gestures, creating custom gestures, direct touch, and then tactile feedback. So these are just a few different gestures that you could have by using your hands, and most of these might be familiar to you from our current use of them while we're interacting with touchscreen surfaces. For today, I think these are kind of like the 6 key hand interactions to keep in mind, which is tap, double tap, pinch and hold, pinch and drag, zoom, and rotate. But in some cases, those might not be enough, and you might want to create a part of the experience which is unique in behavior, and you can't use the standard gestures to express yourself accurately. In which case, you might want to create a custom gesture. And here are some tips on how to make a successful custom gesture. And this is just an acronym that I came up with to remind myself, which is CAUSE. They want to be comfortable and reliable, which means that this is a gesture that people can consistently repeat without strain or fatigue, and that this has a low rate of false activations. It is also important to avoid gesture conflicts because you don't want to confuse the system. And your custom gesture needs to be distinctly different from the standard system set or common hand movements people might use in conversation, because sometimes you have people entering the scene as well. And then you want to make sure that the gesture is easy to explain and perform so that people can learn how to use it quickly. So like the exercise that we did before, no like super complex handshakes. And then lastly, being mindful of people who are using assistive technologies to interact across the system, and then consider how your gesture will work in those cases. And then you can also have this concept of direct touch, which is really interesting, which is that you can actually, for example, bring Safari close to you and then scroll the page directly, or you can type on this virtual keyboard, or even, and this is like the really fascinating aspect of this, which is manipulating 3D content within an arm's reach and actually engaging with it as if it's in your physical space. So you can use direct touch when you have these 3 things. This is where it's most useful because certain apps will benefit from placing content within an arm's reach, and you definitely want to use direct touch for that, like experiences that invite up-close inspection or object manipulation, or any interactive mechanic that builds on top of muscle memory from real-world experiences. Like if you're building, let's say, like in this example, if you're building an app to teach people how to DJ virtually, like you don't need to come up with like some crazy custom gesture. You can just use direct touch and actually teach them how to like, I don't know, like mix music and like, you know, play with dials. So direct touch can be really useful there. And also just generally, whenever physical activity is at the center of the experience, direct touch is still the best way to go. But, everything comes with a but. The actual sensation of touching the thing when you're using direct touch, it's just not there. And this is a limitation that we need to be mindful of when we're designing in spatial scenarios, because this means we can see the object and virtually touch it, but the actual sensation of touch is missing. So we as designers need to do something about that and, you know, make up for it in other ways within this experience so it's not as disorienting. So when there's missing tactile feedback, which is just missing the sensation of touch, you can have sound and visual cues becoming even more important. So things like the typing sound, which I know for a lot of us induces a lot of anxiety, but the typing sound on, you know, like your keyboards, or the hover states and quick feedback through button depression by using the eye intent that we've gathered can be ways that we're compensating and also providing feedback to users that yes, the actions that they're taking are having the desired, the desired intent. And then to recap that, use familiar gestures, only introduce custom gestures where they are necessary, use eye direction in your interaction, use direct touch when it fits your experience, and show clear feedback for interaction states. And with that, thank you all so much for your time today. I know that was a lot, and I hope that was helpful, and I know we don't have time for questions, but please feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn or like post your questions on Discord, and thanks to everyone who also tuned in virtually. We don't have time for that, but I'll hand it off to Grace. Thanks everyone, you've been great.
Thank you, that was awesome. We love spatial design and traversing the third dimension. We have a break right now until 12 p.m., so feel free to check out our sponsor booths, get some swags from Bezzy Studio, Spline, Dovetail, and feel free to get some coffee outside, unlimited, all-you-can-drink fancy coffee and snacks, and we'll be reconvening here at 12 p.m. with a panel with Bezzy.
Hi, I'm Julian, and I'm here to share something really exciting with you today. It's something we've been working on for quite some time. Bezi has always been focused on making spatial design easier and faster. We want to create powerful tools that give experienced 3D designers more capability and more freedom while making 3D design more accessible to a larger design community. And over the past few years, our collaborative design platform has enabled designers and their teammates to easily go from imagination to an interactive 3D experience. And we've been blown away by all the immersive content created by this community, from panel apps to game levels and prototypes for the newest Vision OS platform. And while we're all very excited about what Bezi and our community have done so far, we're even more excited knowing that this journey is just beginning. Because imagine if each designer had a tool that could generate any 3D asset in seconds. Imagine if those 3D assets could then be effortlessly dropped into an editor. And imagine if your team could collaborate in the same 3D space, editing, commenting, designing alongside one another in real time, from idea to reality in seconds. This tool would finally free designers of the technical challenges of 3D design, allowing them to focus on what matters most, to create. So today, I'm here to unveil the next chapter for Bezi and for spatial design.
We created Bezi AI based on our belief that a designer's ability to experiment, ideate, and prototype ideas rapidly is a crucial part of the design process. This is a fundamental shift in how prototyping for 3D apps and games have historically worked. By making this process easier, faster, and more collaborative, you can now craft compelling 3D apps and games through a more efficient workflow. So how does it work? And more importantly, how does it allow you, the designer, to create more freely? Let's take a look. Using text prompts, you can now generate 3D models within seconds. And by using prompts that include consistent style descriptions, you can generate objects that share the same style to ensure scenes have a cohesive feel. Once you find the right asset, it can simply be dragged and dropped into the Bezi editor. As you know, seamless collaboration is key to a successful project. The magic of Bezi AI is that it's built right into the Bezi editor, which has real-time collaboration. Inviting team members to join your 3D project is as easy as sending them a link. Now, you and your team members can immediately begin brainstorming and creating together on your 3D canvas. One of the most efficient tools for 3D designers is the ability to use simple shapes to quickly build out a particular design, composition, or an entire scene. This allows design teams to quickly experiment with multiple ideas, working through early concepts collaboratively. That's why in the Bezi editor, you and your team can ideate with simple gray boxing and build out whole scenes in a matter of minutes. And using our state machine, your team can add interactions and animations to these objects, testing the overall look and feel at a primitive level before moving forward with more complex models. Bezi AI is designed to make your workflow more streamlined. So we believe designers shouldn't think of the early gray boxing phase as an entirely separate exercise in design, but instead as the foundation for your final 3D project. With Bezi AI, you can select any object and simply replace it with an AI-generated model, bringing your idea from concept to reality effortlessly. And all of this is done while maintaining your scene's composition, animations, and interactions. Another important aspect to building any 3D app or game is the ability to review and comment in a way that is manageable and accessible. Within the Bezier editor, your collaborators can pin comments to models, offering valuable feedback to the design team in an easy and efficient way, and within context. And since Bezier allows any edits to be experienced in real time, team members can automatically see changes on their desktop, mobile AR, or VR headsets, ensuring a truly collaborative, transparent, and cohesive design process. And once the project is finalized, it can easily be exported into a game engine like Unity with Bezier's seamless integration capabilities. As you can see, Bezier AI is breaking down the barriers to 3D design and prototyping, revolutionizing the 3D design workflow, and enabling designers and their team members to focus on creating in a way that is fast, fun, and empowering.
We've been working on Bezier AI for a long time, but the wait is finally over. It's here, available today. Bezier is a tool created by designers for designers, a tool designed to empower you and your team to create more freely and more collaboratively, a tool that we believe will revolutionize the way 3D design is done. As we continue to innovate during this pivotal time in design, we remain committed to empowering designers with cutting-edge tools that define the future of spatial computing. So join us in shaping the future of spatial design together.
I just need some space. I just need some space. Space. I just need some space. Space. I just need some space. Space.
Hi, I'm Julian, and I'm here to share something really exciting with you today. It's something we've been working on for quite some time. Bezi has always been focused on making spatial design easier and faster. We want to create powerful tools that give experienced 3D designers more capability and more freedom while making 3D design more accessible to a larger design community. And over the past few years, our collaborative design platform has enabled designers and their teammates to easily go.
Seats, we are live. Wait, Sandro, give me the cue for live. Live? Amazing! Hello, YouTube and the interwebs and all of our buddies watching over the world. We're excited to be back. Let me get the clicker. Sorry, clicker. Thank you. Right now, we are hopping into our panel with our sponsor, title sponsor, Bezi. Definitely visit their booth afterwards. We talk about exploring spatial design, insights from the top tech companies and SF with Cecilia, Karen, and Daniel. So give them a round of applause and let's welcome them on. And after this, we have lunch. And then another community Q&A after that. So without further ado, let's welcome Bezi.
Hi, everyone. We're so happy to be here on stage with you for the first ever Design Buddies conference. What an honor. My name is Cecilia, and I'm the co-founder and CPO at Bezi, where we're building a collaborative, web-based, no-code design tool for 3D apps and games. I'm especially excited to be here because there's a fundamental shift that's happening right now in design. And the one that we'll be talking about today is spatial computing design. It's really energizing to be in a room full of designers who are excited about building the future. I'm also honored to be sharing the stage with Daniel and Karen, two incredible designers who are pioneering and pushing the boundaries of what this new computing platform means for the design industry. So let's do a quick round of intros. Daniel, would you like to kick us off?
It's on now. Cool. Hey, everyone. I'm Daniel. I'm a lead designer at Bezi. I've been working as a product designer for about 11 years. And yeah, juice is a goose to be here.
Hi, everyone. I'm Karen. I'm a product designer at Meta. I've been at Meta for about 5 years, and then prior to that, worked at companies like Skyscanner, came mostly from agencies and marketing. So yeah, very excited to talk to you today.
Awesome. So we'll get right into it. So I wanted to talk about a little about how you got started in the spatial computing. I think it's definitely like a newer field that a lot of people are interested in. Sometimes it's not super clear about how you get into this field. So let's start with Daniel. Your original background isn't necessarily XR design. You were actually working at as a UX designer at LinkedIn, and then you decided to leave your career to start learn an entirely new skill set, and this was just with your personal initiative. Why did you do that, and what made you take that leap?
I mean, I got really into design systems design and all of this stuff really, really early. I love that world of product design. Working at bigger companies, agencies, and stuff like that was a lot of fun. But when I moved here in 2016, it was kind of the height of the app boom. Nothing IPO'd. Everything was crazy. Design was at its peak. If you wanted to imagine it, you can design it. And I felt after 10 years of doing this kind of stuff, everything just got kind of boring and dull. So it's repetitive. And so patterns were stuck. These places were set. But spatial design kind of broke past the plosives on this thing. Spatial design blows past all of those doors, removes all of those barriers, and creates unique opportunities to design for accessibility and design for the third dimension in which we live. So, yeah.
Awesome. And just to follow up, now you're at Bezi.
Oh, I am at Bezi.
How did you end up at Bezi?
I ended up at Bezi. Well, I basically was crafting my portfolio, educating myself in XR design. There's really not much data, or there's not much classes to take on the things, because everything is so nuanced. And so I started creating all of my channels and stuff like that, which you guys should join, totally. And I ran across you guys at Bezi with someone my favorite people in the world working there, and I'm like, okay, I have to muscle my way into this place and take what I've learned in product design and in systems design and implement that into creating a tool that pretty much anyone can use. So.
Awesome. Well, we're very lucky to have you. And Karen, as a designer at Meta Reality Labs, you're really at the forefront of spatial computing design industry. Can you tell us a little bit about your journey, about how you got into this industry?
Yeah, it was quite unconventional, actually. I was also bored, so I feel like that helps a lot of us pivot into new areas in our careers. So I came from marketing. I was working in agencies, and at the time, UX design was mostly web design. And I just loved the idea of integrating data and design and having those two things inform a product surface. I also felt like the campaigns I was working on were very cyclical, and I wanted to build things that had longevity and people could react to even if they hated or loved it. I wanted to put things in people's hands. And at the time, Andy Goodman gave a talk called Zero UI, and I think when I think back to why I started in this industry, I always think back to that talk because it shook me and it helped me question what UX design was. And it led me to go to grad school and to get a master's in design. And I think that year really helped open my eyes to what things design could inform. Blockchain was also kind of a hot topic at that time. I, again, was really interested in the intersection of data and design, so I was really attracted to things like ubiquitous computing and IoT, and I just wanted to make environments and objects smart. I didn't know it was called spatial design at that point, but I knew that I didn't want to be constrained to a screen. So still keeping this idea of zero UI in mind. And that kind of led me to just explore 3D software and integrate some of that thinking into my project at school, and then eventually came into Meta.
Awesome. I think that's basically very similar to my path too, where I majored in graphic design actually. So I was doing branding, packaging design, editorial design, and then I somehow stumbled into digital product design. At the time, I didn't even really know what it was. I just knew that there were a lot of tech companies hiring, at least at that time. And then, like you guys, I also got bored because there's only so much designing on a rectangle I can do. And then, yeah, that's how I ended up at Oculus before we started Bezi. But it feels like a very similar path for all of us, where we're yearning for something more. So I think that's maybe a good segue to talking about the differences between traditional product design and spatial design. So Karen, like many designers working in the industry, you came from a 2D design background. What do you think are the main differences you've noticed so far between traditional product design and spatial design? And are there any unique considerations when it comes to spatial design?
Yeah, I think there are a couple. I think working with new dimensions having a lot more space, a larger canvas to design with. But with that, you also have the constraint or the challenge of focusing the user's attention. And so I think a lot of the principles that inform some of these early designs, at least in VR, were coming from game design, like how do you focus the user's attention within a game? I think that's still a challenge, even now when we're working on things like spatial computing and we're seeing Vision OS and creating new patterns that are trying to utilize the space. But also interacting with those UIs, right? It's you have so many more types of inputs at your fingertips as a designer. You have gaze input, you have hand tracking. If you're designing a panel, are you going to have the user push the button or raycast and point at it, or are you going to have or introduce like direct manipulation of an object? You have so many more things that you can play with. So. A challenge is also staying abreast of the capabilities that are offered in the headset and working with your team to understand those constraints.
That's a really good point. I feel like for spatial computing, things are just changing so quickly.
Totally.
So just keeping track of all the updates is like a whole other thing. How about you, Daniel?
It's vastly different in many ways. I think that spatial design is infinitely more human. And what I mean by that is that for the past couple thousands of years, we have been trying to take this content and putting it on slabs, and we've had to weigh portability with convenience and immersion. And when you're starting design for spatial design, you are designing for the physical world. You're not designing, that means designing for the human body. That means designing for ergonomics and accessibility. That means designing for your field of view instead of a rectangle. And you'll learn about things about field of vision, central vision, peripheral vision. All of these things are very human. The screens in front of us are not. They are slabs that we can take with us and we can manipulate. And so from that perspective, it is infinitely more difficult, but the ceiling is infinitely larger, if not like infinitely larger. So you can really start crafting human experiences for the first time that are portable. So yeah.
So speaking of breaking out of designing for just a flat rectangular screen, are there any unique user experience challenges that you guys have encountered and like any specific examples of it and how you had to design around that? Maybe we can start with Karen.
Yeah, I think to your point, ergonomics is a really big piece as well. I'll give an example. If you're designing a panel, it sounds really simple, but most of your time as a designer is going to be figuring out how far is that panel from you? How large is it? Consider legibility and contrast. Am I going to enable the user to resize that panel? Do I need font scaling if it's an app experience? There's just so many elements that you probably don't see in the direct output or the UI. And I feel like that's probably the biggest challenge, like wrapping your head around all of these things that you probably don't have to worry about as much when you're designing a mobile experience.
That's a good point. Daniel?
I agree with you. I'm going to piggyback on that. I think that one of the things that it's kind of a difficult thing to do for designing for the human body is understanding the position and the ergonomics of the human body. So if you create an application today on a mobile app, there's a variable of how you move it around your face. But for you guys just thinking about this, like how would you design an application that someone's going to be using while walking, sitting, lying down? Like how do you command their attention? How do you use space efficiently to make people safe? These are all very difficult things to wrap your head around. And to piggyback of what you're saying, if I ask a lot of people here, what's the average distance of a window or panel in front of you? A lot of people probably can't answer what that ergonomic distance is. And then you also have to understand, is this for touch? Is this for looking at? Like, how do I want to supplement the information and hierarchy and composition of my work? So I think that is one of the most difficult things because it's not really well defined right now, and it's really hard to get going.
That makes me kind of think about the balance or balancing innovation with good design, like usable design too. And I kind of think back to when websites were first a thing. I feel like I'm aging myself here, but yeah. But remember when everyone just started doing web design and then it was just chaos. Like everything, there was like no patterns defined, there were no rules, so people are just kind of like throwing stuff. Do you guys kind of feel like that's where we are with spatial design too, where people are just experimenting?
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like, we were talking about this earlier, but I feel like one of the biggest constraints with experimenting today as a designer is performance and understanding your boundaries in that sense, right? You don't have spatial boundaries, but there are performance constraints that, as a XR designer, you are allowed to dream because there are no existing patterns and your job is to define them, and that's the fun part of this job. But at the same time, if you paint a vision to your team that's not buildable, then you start to run into issues. So that's where understanding 3D concepts and being familiar with the headset specs and understanding what technologies you're working with becomes imperative when you're building these experiences.
And another thing is that when I talk to designers kind of working in spatial design, they often mention the importance of design systems. So I wanted to touch on that. Obviously, design systems is something that's, that every company uses. They put a lot of investments into keeping a design system. But I'm curious why you think that design systems become even more exponentially important in spatial design. Maybe we can start with Daniel.
Well, I think design systems are going to become not just in spatial design, but in AI design. I think foundationally, in the next 10 years or so, the majority of applications are going to be designed by artificial intelligence. And I think that is a very scary thought to some, but that means a lot of designers are going to have to be more design architects in the way we construct patterns and structures within our product. And for spatial design, the way that, if we're trying to work with ergonomics and accessibility, you being able to create a consistent foundational structure from a design system based on, that has, I guess, variables to the user, and how those things are going to be constructed is incredibly important. I think, without taking too much time, I think right now, if you're a designer, you probably are designing for one, maybe two different platforms. And many of you have had to choose, what am I going to design for right now? Am I going to design for iOS? Am I going to design for iPad? Am I going to design for Android? And a lot of the time, you shoehorn one into the other. Pretty soon, that's not going to be an option. So everything is going to have to be systemized and structured in your design to work across every device. And that's why systems are important.
Agreed. I think some of the things that we think about, at least at Meta, when it comes to design systems, is not so much associated with the UI, but how you can create systems that scale across your platform. So you can think of hand tracking and the way that your hands are rendered across multiple apps, and you creating a technology or an SDK that can be leveraged by those clients so that your hands just look the same across every app and every experience that you use. Same thing with avatars, maintaining your identity across every app that you use becomes important. I think systems in terms of allowing those visual elements to scale across your platform is probably more so where my mind goes when I think of design systems.
Yeah, so I actually worked on the design systems team at Oculus, and it was really interesting because when you think of design systems, you're like, okay, it's like UI components, right? Buttons, panels, whatever. It turns out that it's actually just way more than that. Like haptics, like you can have haptics design systems, you can have audio, like spatial audio design systems. You might need some for like 3D models too, and like even behaviors. Like as you move around, does it follow you around? And like what's the speed of that? Like it just becomes like an explosion almost in terms of like scope. But I think that's like and as you guys mentioned, I think that's like the most exciting part of it because as we said, it's not defined yet. So by being in this industry, you can help define the patterns that are going to be used like from now on. The next thing I wanted to talk about is human-centered design. So I'm curious what you guys think of, how does human-centered design evolve in the context of spatial computing? Obviously, we kind of all know probably know what human-centered design is, when it comes to like HCI and stuff like that. But how does it change when it comes to spatial computing? Karen?
Should I go first? I think because you're in such an ambiguous space, really focusing on the problem will always help you when you're investigating a solution. I think focus on the problem, investigate, and pattern match is probably a really good approach because Some of the problems that you're solving might exist across other products, even mobile or a desktop, but you'll need to solve it in a different way because you have different inputs, you require different affordances. But I believe that everything is cyclical. Like, it's just a new surface, it's a new medium that has different constraints, different opportunities. So I think for me, focusing on the problem always really helps me. Like, I'll give an example of something that we're all familiar with. If you're designing copy-paste, the interaction of copying and pasting on a computer, we're all very familiar with. You highlight, tap, copy, tap, paste in a different text field. Thinking about how you do that spatially might be different, and then you start to think about, how does Notion copy-paste? Should I enable pasting as an embed, or as a bookmark, or as a visual thing? Should I drag it? Should I, like, how can I think about, how can I consider all of these different input forms to make this experience more unique to the surface?
So human-centered design is a very ambiguous thing. I would say the one thing that's going to be interesting is that we are going to be designing, what did I say here? We're going to have to rethink of how we define our affordances and signifiers within our design. And we're going to be taking those from the real world, and we're going to be making them up. Pinching, pulling, all this stuff may come into the physical world in these spaces, but I think in about 5 to 10 years, UI will be maybe 10% of what our job will be. A lot of it will be actually creating physical experiences and utilizing real-world affordances and signifiers in our work. And figuring out what those will be those will be essentially established by the big companies to a certain extent. But, throwing away, for instance, like throwing away trash in a trash can on desktop, they use an affordance of a trash can to get something that was somewhat abstract. Now you can just do that. Or maybe there's something completely different. So I think the way we interact with data is going to be substantially different in the next 5 to 10 years.
Are there any methods that you use or you would recommend to ensure that user needs and experiences are at the forefront of your design process?
Yeah, I mean, every time I start a project, especially in XR, I really focus on nailing my foundations of what I produce. I set down my distance-based scale, so I always design at a meter, and I calculate from there exactly how that experience is going to happen. I set just those foundations up so I can pivot really quickly. I still use an 8-point grid. I guess it will be an 8mm grid based on what I've been using from a DIM structure. But fundamentally, yeah, I set things up to be ergonomically pleasing. Ergonomics and accessibility is pretty much what I have been focusing on a lot.
I always start with a document and and write things down because I think having a debate with yourself, at least for me, always helps question things and making sure that you're asking the right questions. So I think the one-pager hasn't aged yet, at least on my teams.
That's a good point. I think writing down different options or constraints that you're thinking about, basically PRD, product requirement document, is usually where I start too. I want to talk about aesthetics because I think this is Daniel's laughing. Mainly because it's become really interesting kind of working in spatial design about what aesthetics means. Aesthetics in apps for a while, it's been pretty defined, flat design, neumorphic, whatever you have it. But how do you guys think about aesthetics and kind of craft when it comes to spatial design?
I have so many opinions about the word craft, and we've talked about this before. I feel like lately I've been questioning what craft means in our context of design. I think if you're trained as a designer and you went to design school, you are praised by the output of your work, and your final project has to look very polished, and we pride ourselves in something that looks beautiful and aesthetically pleasing. I think in XR design, divorcing yourself of those principles is really difficult because it's expensive to build things that are shiny. You have to code a shader to get the right glow and transparent, semi-translucency in the panel. So I think prototyping is actually the new craft, being able to prototype really scrappy things and iterate a lot until you get to the final decision is probably the most important piece in all of the output that you'll generate until your final delivery. So getting to be okay with things that don't look as polished is probably a challenge there.
Daniel, I know you have a lot of thoughts on this too.
I've been having the same thoughts since I was young. I think that the dribbleization of things is kind of an easy place for a lot of younger designers to go to, but I think aesthetics are really, depending on what you're making, if you're making a magazine or a billboard, that's important. Aesthetics, when it comes down to product design, are, for me, the last 10%, last 5% of a design. It needs to work, it needs to ship, it needs to be internationalized, and it needs to be, commoditized to a certain extent. And so aesthetics to me, especially if you can get it to work in XR, is important, but it's more important for me to have something not make me sick. It's important for things to be accessible to someone who is in a wheelchair versus standing and all that stuff. And so aesthetics, I just don't care. And also aesthetics, they come and go every couple of years. It's like, oh, skeuomorphism. I'm like, I've seen this cycle go through the same damn thing for 10 years, and it's like, someone shows me something pretty, I'm like, yeah, okay, I guess that's cool. It's like a dime store designer at that point.
Yeah, I think aesthetic trends definitely come and go. I think it's really important to be able to be flexible between things because just because
Hi, I'm Julian, and I'm here to share something.
Doesn't mean that it's going to be in like another 2 years. And I feel like it's just a type of output, I guess, is like how I would put it.
I mean, look at Herman Miller. Their chairs are gorgeous, they're functional, and they can be mass produced. They've been around for 60, 70 years, and I will still pay a fortune to have one. Those are rarities. And in software, that kind of doesn't exist yet.
I think also, creating a componentized system like Herman Miller or like IKEA and a lot of these designers that came from the Bauhaus era that we praise believed in making useful design. And so I think craft is being good at making something that is useful to people as well. And if that ends up being aesthetically pleasing, then great. But it'll take a long time to get there, I think. And I think you will also, as an XR designer, have to rely on an art team. You'll have to hire people who know how to code the shaders and are specialized in that space. So it's not as much in your control as a designer as it would be today if you're designing a mobile app where you can make sure that everything is pixel perfect and you carry the quality torch up until the very end. I think you'll need to rely on people with specific expertise if you want to deliver that shiny product.
Yeah, actually, the furniture designer analogy is really good because it speaks to the importance of design systems and having a very solid design system where you can just put things together like Legos to create new things, but at the end of the day, you're kind of working off the same system. I want to switch gears and talk about technology. So what emerging trends and technologies do you foresee shaping the future of spatial design? And are there any ways that you stay informed and adapt to this rapid advancements in this industry? Daniel?
Okay. To keep your finger on the pulse of technology requires a lot of looking and a lot of just following things feverishly. AI is going to change everything. It's a black box, and no one knows what's going to happen with that. The way that supply chain management works, so how products are being produced on mass scale and adoption, that's incredibly important. And so, I just pay attention to the social world, politics, all of this stuff that will make the products that we consume. And then from there, I usually learn about things pretty quickly, and then I try to figure out how to do them.
Yeah, I feel like it's hard not to talk about generative AI when you talk about emerging tech. It's the hottest topic in Silicon Valley, and I think when you think about AI from a design perspective, you tend to think about generative design, and I think this is becoming a topic more so in the manufacturing sector and industrial design sector, where maybe in the future we'll need to be more, instead of worrying about creating a design, our jobs will be to be discerning about what the right design is, and we'll be okay with generating many options that maybe we wouldn't have thought about ourselves. So using AI as a tool and starting to wrap our heads around that, I feel like is going to be a challenge. Again, letting go of control and killing your darlings, so to say, is part of that. But I guess the way that I stay informed is also mostly social media, LinkedIn. I'm a really nosy person, so I like to meet people and talk to people in different industries. And I think pattern matching is a good skill. If you understand how everything connects, that's always a good skill, I think.
Yeah, the intersection of AI and spatial design is going to be super interesting. I've been doing a lot of research into this for my config talk, but like there's just so many new things that can happen when these two are merged together because it's just something that you've never seen before. And I don't think it's like limited to like just generative AI, but I know that's kind of like the shiny thing right now that's like super cool. So looking ahead, what do you envision for this future of spatial design? Do you guys have like a long-term vision? And how do you see it evolving over the next decade? I know it's very blurry, but curious if you have thoughts there.
I think we're heading into a valley, and there's going to be a lot of skepticism. I think that we have, unlike an amalgamation of things like the phone is, spatial computing is a new form of computing, a new form of interacting with the digital and physical world. And we have to think about, again, ergonomics is the word of the hour, but it needs to be cheaper. Content is going to have to get better. It's going to have to be has to be a lot more useful. And I think it requires a lot of people to try a lot of things and fail and succeed. But the capital is there, and it is evolving so quickly. I think by the year 2027, we're going to start seeing the aha moment, and by 2030, we're going to start seeing hyper mass adoption. But 6 years isn't that long, right? I mean, to some of you may be long, but for me, it's a blink.
Yeah, mark your calendars is what Daniel said.
Yeah, in 2030.
Okay.
I feel like every 5 years, I'm like, in 10 years. And then 5 years go by, maybe another 10 years. But I feel like also now is the pivotal moment. And it's mostly because I think VisionOS has been released. There's validation, at least at Quest. We're no longer dreamers in the industry carrying the torch. I feel like there are other companies building headsets that have conviction around this future. And that is validating to say that as designers, we might all need to adopt spatial design practices and ramp up on our skill sets because in the future, maybe every company will need a spatial app, and I think just the way that every company needs to have a presence in iOS and Android, I think it'll be the same. You'll need to build and maintain apps across headsets, and that will require all of us to think about designing for multiple surfaces.
I mean, it's so weird because I started my career in like 2011, and I'm seeing the exact same patterns I saw then. Designers, no one hired designers, engineers were getting paid nothing. And then once the App Store, 2 or 3 years after the App Store launched in 2010, it just started to blow up. And I think we're going to get there. But I honestly think it's going to be a transitionary time, the same way skeuomorphism is coming back. I think the way we interact with data, not necessarily on headsets, but everything is going to be radically changed. And so we're going to be getting out of menus, everyone. We're going to stop designing menus, and we're going to be starting to design, data that are outside of tables and how we interact with those things. So I think that is the most exciting. The transitionary moment and where we're going to get to it is going to be more interesting than a lot of other things happening.
Yeah, and I think going back to AI, having imagining a multimodal tool that enables you to put in, if you want to design your flat, a picture of your flat, and then maybe the layout, and then a couple of styles, thinking about designing and communicating your ideas that way, I think will be a really big change. But also thinking about AI and, I guess AI in terms of a marketplace. Would you design different algorithms or different GPTs, I guess, to do different things for you? As a designer, would you need to train different GPTs to design, this is my component system GPT or model, this is my aesthetics model, or this is my idea generation model? I wonder if that's sort of where the industry will go.
Yeah, I get a lot of questions from, especially more, like junior designers that are asking like about career path usually because of AI. And it comes up even just like, with my colleagues and peers or whatever, they're like, okay, AI is advancing at such a rapid pace, like it's probably going to be able to do a lot of the things that designers do right now. So when I think of spatial design, it's actually it's very nascent, but this is my opinion, but like, it's a very defensible thing to be able to do because AI isn't going to be able to design spatial experiences, at least not in the near term, because it doesn't exist right now. Like, you kind of need a human to design for it. So I think that's one of the reasons that I'm pretty bullish in this area, is that like, this is the future, and this is something that AI probably won't be able to replace anytime soon.
It's going to help us a lot.
Yes, it's going to help us for sure.
Yeah, and I think being able to try things spatially as a designer, you're designing your flat, then being able to hop into your headset and see what that looks like, that sells ideas. And I think, Bezier affords you the ability to do that very easily. So I feel like that's a game changer for me.
Oh, thank you. Daniel, were you going to say something?
Yeah, I mean, it's all about, I think that the future of design is not going to be this gulf between flow and prototyping or interaction design. They're all going to be intertwined. So start learning how to get those things done quickly, as quickly as possible.
Actually, that's a good way to get into the next topic. So we talked a lot about why spatial design is exciting, why you should start kind of exploring this space. For designers who are wanting to get started in spatial design, how can they get started? Do you guys have? It's a big topic, but if you have any, like educational resources or training, or like how do you recommend people get started in this area, just exploring?
I mean, okay, you guys can join my Discord, but because I have a library of resources you guys can have for free. I would say start auditing, which is what I did when I started learning mobile design. Do audits, go through applications, archive them, understand patterns and all that stuff, and then figure out how to what I tell a lot of people I mentor is figure out how to put a box in a room and understand how to walk up to that box and interact with it. I think once you start with a box, you can start doing anything. So yeah, that's what I suggest.
Yeah, that's really great advice. I agree. I think just trying tools. When I started at Meta, I worked on the AR team. I had zero 3D experience. Not zero, but like never applied 3D experience, mostly just for 3D printing in my home. But I think trying things like Blender, understanding the anatomy of a tool and how that translates to something like Bezier or Unity or whatever it is that you'll be using, being familiar with those 3D concepts really helps you. And put a box in a room, put a collider around it, touch it, throw it around, play with physics engines, build really crappy things that will just teach you how things work, because once you join the industry, you'll need to have those conversations with your engineers, and they will just be so much more fruitful if you know what you're talking about, versus like, here's my vision, figure out how to build it.
And one of the things that I really love about being able to work at Bezier is that I can take everything that I've learned in my self-teaching discovery phase, my product designs, and I understand all of that. And so you guys have let me loose to basically craft the experience that makes it easier for people, including myself. And so, yeah, it's infinitely easier than it was 6 months ago to put a box in a room. And pretty soon when I tell people about, like not too long ago in AVP, Cecilia and I and our developer, we put a sphere in a room, we got in our avatars on our Apple Vision Pros, and we were all pointing to a sphere, and it was all relative to each one of us in different houses. The technical achievement of that is absolutely insane.
I know it sounds easy, but it kind of felt like we were discovering fire for the first. The advancements that Apple is making on this is incredible. Okay, so I have one last question for you guys, and then we'll move on to questions from the audience. So I know that a lot of designers right now are trying to find jobs and like break into the industry. When you're looking for designers, because I know you guys are interviewing designers at your companies, what are some things that you look for, and do you guys have any advice for any common mistakes that you might see or things that you wish people did? Maybe Karen?
Yeah, I think when I look at portfolios or sit in like past work presentations, I always like to see iteration and basically show, don't tell. I love when people can walk you through their design process and show you the design at each point in that process and how it evolved, and then show me like 20 designs or different explorations and what you tested and then how you landed on the final one, because I think a lot of us in interviews have made the mistake of showing the process where, and then I did the UX research, and then here's a picture of the sticky notes that we all did on the whiteboard, and then I spoke to XFN to convince them. But the question is, how did you do that? What design did you show them, and what did you test? And when you designed it, what felt broken, and how did you arrive at the final decision? I think showing through iteration is really good storytelling, and it helps bring people along the journey.
Yeah.
Yes.
Show, don't tell is a very good one. Be able to tell a story really, really well. And if you guys need to bullshit, go ahead and do it. Just be very good at covering your tracks. I think it's all about, like, look, if you're young coming into the industry, no matter if you want to go into flat or 3D, people know, we've all been there. We all know not every one of you has really good resources to have a research team. And even if you have resources and getting paid for a job you don't really like, we all know that you guys don't have that experience. It's about understanding what you did on the project, what were the constraints you were under, what did you build, what was the impact, what would you do different? That's all. That's all you need to say, and you don't give us a Bible or don't give us a book. Just tell us that story, make it convincing. And if you need to, kind of BS some facts, that's part of the job, right? That's the part of the job is being able to become a good storyteller and learning how to sell. And I heard that when I was younger. I wanted to be the elf in the back of the room making cool stuff, but that's not going to serve you. So yeah, just make some cool things and just explain how you did it.
Yeah, I think storytelling is a huge part that I heard from both you guys. Consider each case study as a story. Start with the problem, your journey through finding iterations or whatever, and then end with kind of your results, and that'll help designers that are interviewing you understand how you think. Because at the end of the day, we just want to understand how you think. I think that's the biggest thing.
Yeah. How you think visually, and what tools did you use to bring those visions to life, and how did you question them? Who answered those questions? Did you socialize them with your team? Were they tested internally? How did you visually communicate?
And everyone, look, you may work at a place where you think the stuff that you wanted to get through never got through, and you may think the stuff you did sucks, which I've been there. But the point of that is to gussy it up, put as much makeup on that thing, and just bring it in front of people, and just show what you did and present it. Because no one's happy. The majority of what I've designed in my career, I'm not happy with. I've always had to sacrifice. Yeah, exactly.
Don't look at my cargo profile from 2018.
I forgot about cargo.
Look at this credit card process I made. Whoa. Yeah, it's okay.
Awesome. Well, that's all the questions that I have. Really great insights from all of you. Let's give our panelists a round of applause, please. Grace, do we have time for questions? Two questions. Does anyone have questions? Yes.
So you talked about Gen AI. I'm curious how you're incorporating that in your design process, and any Gen AI tools that you're using that you think is pretty cool that you want to share with the rest of us.
Great question. So the question was around how are you using generative AI tools in your process, and if there are any tools that you would recommend?
Yeah, I think storytelling as a skill never goes away. It's always needed, especially if you're wanting to paint a longer term vision. I've seen a lot of people on our team use AI for storyboarding and painting a picture of of a concept and generating a few slides or images where, I don't know, there's an avatar in front of these people and they're doing a thing. It takes a long time to mock things up, and sometimes you have to move really quickly. So I've seen a lot of people do that lately.
Are there any tools that they use specifically?
think a lot of Midjourney. Yeah, I think everybody has their own, but I've seen a lot of Midjourney.
Okay. I don't use any Gen AI tools. It's a nice flash in the pan thing. I think that using, sometimes I use like Luma AI and Bezi AI to throw some things in the scene to get a concept going. But for the most part, I just predominantly do things by hand still. AI is just, generative AI to me is just not very useful at this juncture.
I have actually seen people experimenting with voice. There's a lot of really interesting like audio AI tools that are popping up. I don't remember what the projects were, but I've seen people kind of putting that in their design concepts and capturing like a video and showing, mostly for conceptual work, to be honest, not so much for like direct output, just to paint a quick picture, get buy-in, and then kind of move into a design process.
I mean, I think AI is just not that practical of a tool at this juncture. In Photoshop, it's cool. I think that when it starts getting into the meat of like what we're actually trying to build, is it going to retopologize my models? Is it going to UV unwrap them? Can I do all of that stuff that would take me hours, do it in seconds? That's what I would love. If any of you use Firefly, taking a background of an image out like that and switching it with whatever you want, that is what I want for XR. Just not there yet.
One thing that I would say is the Blockade Skybox. I think that's pretty cool because you literally just type in a text prompt and it generates a world for you, like an HDRI or like a Skybox. So that's been pretty helpful. I also use ChatGPT a lot when I'm doing research because that's a huge part of the design process.
Yeah, I use ChatGPT all the time. Yeah.
One last question. You were first. Yes. So the question was around how do you guys see the relationship between 2D and 3D design, and how you see 2D design kind of evolving, within this spatial world. I hope I got that right. Good.
No, it's a good question. I think that we're already starting to see the 2D into 3D, the transitionary period of skeuomorphism, again, coming up. We're starting to see that stuff enter the market. I think people are trying to take iPad apps or mobile applications and throw them into 3D space with long forms, flows, and structures. I think that's going to happen until people understand that that's not necessarily useful anymore. I think that 2D workflow of what I call menu design is going to be dead within 10 years. It just doesn't make it, like we're telling, we're not showing. And that's because we've had to work on devices that's its pure purpose. So the evolution of how we get there is just going to be one of maybe 5 to 10 years of just constant iteration. But I think people in the industry are so bored of flat, and no one's really tapped into the full potential of designing for 3D space. And maybe maybe industrial designers or set designers, like they understand it and why it's so important. And that's why those jobs are so sexy. But I think people are just so hungry to get out of this mundane flat world that I think that we're going to see this escalate faster and faster. What do you think, Karen?
Yeah, I think everything's been done in 2D. There's no more new, I don't know, probably some, but very few new patterns to invent, right? And I think if you're getting into the XR design industry, it's because you want to become an inventor. And you're somewhat of a dreamer. So, I mean, that's not to say that because you come from a 2D design background, you have to throw all of that knowledge away and it's no longer useful. I think there's still a lot of really transferable knowledge, like, as I mentioned before, pattern matching, figuring out, like, if you're solving a problem that needs to have spatial output, has that problem existed in other OSs and other systems that you can kind of learn from? What didn't work for them? What can you learn from? Yeah, I think.
I mean, vertical rhythm and composition will exist, and you can take that from 2D and bring it into 3D. But now you just have an infinite canvas. Now you have the ability to make your screen as large as you want or as small as you want, or have multiple screens. And it's just going to make your life a lot easier, especially when AI starts allowing you to lay out things automatically within a design system, that's when it's going to get sick.
I think that right now we're in the response, it's like what it used to be when we were building responsive design and websites. That's where XR is right now, because we're still working inside panels in XR, and people are trying to figure out how to do that. I think what we haven't done well in any headset is create more like a multi-dimensional interfaces, and that's probably just because it's expensive. Processing isn't there always. That's why Vision OS is such a fun toy, because they have all the sensors and you can build whatever you want.
Okay, 5 years time, come up to me and tell me I'm wrong or right. I think that it's going to be, what we're going to be designing is more like a theater experience. Your user is, they have full free perspective of what they're viewing. We're not dictating what they're looking at. We are aiding their perspective. And so by doing that, it is infinitely more interesting. And I think that the theater is going to be back, but in a very interesting, unique way than a forced perspective, like a commercial or an app.
Do you think there will be immersive film?
Yes, I think immersive film is going to be, again, it's going to be like theater. And I think AI is going to be sick with NPCs and stuff like that in immersive film. I think that's going to be really, really cool.
Awesome. Well, thank you for the great discussion. You guys all have lunch now, so enjoy lunch and the rest of the conference, and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Howdy, everyone. Feel free to grab a lunch box, one drink per person in the back, but we have unlimited snacks from our lovely Costco and coffee trucks out there. The coffee is all you can drink, fancy coffee and pastries until 4 p.m., so get your unlimited stuff. And we'll see you back here at 1:45 with the community Q&A. So think of questions you want to ask to our lovely speakers today. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is Jeremy and I lead our awesome community of customer-obsessed people at Dovetail. You may be wondering what I have up on the screen here. This is your call to action. Think about what you're building, what you're designing, what you're product managing, what you're researching, and are all of the features that you're working on cross-functionally actually getting used? Scan this code here to follow along and get started. You can get a Dovetail plan for free, and you'll be welcomed officially to our community. We help you uncover insights fast for continuous product discovery. So wherever you're at, you can get a pulse on the market, on your customer data, and impact your larger vision. And if the evidence to support your roadmap and your goals doesn't exist, you can quickly collect data and analyze it as quickly as possible. So here I work at Zotify, and we're a music streaming app. I want to get started with designing programs and really align with what's valuable for our customers. I've started my work and to get a pulse on our support channels. So what I've done here is I loaded a one-time export CSV of support ticket data into channels, a product we launched recently that allows you to analyze continuous high-volume data anywhere from support tickets to NPS scores, CSAT, as well as product reviews. You can do a one-time export like I've done here, or have data continually piping in through our direct integrations with Intercom, Front, Zendesk, and other tools. You'll see here that Dovetail has aggregated certain themes that are top of mind for the customers that I serve. And not only can I drill into those themes, adjust them, train the model, I can see a high-level summary across all of the data points and drill in to specific feedback that came in. That traceability piece is super valuable. So I was able to identify a high-level outcome I'd hoped to impact, and now I'm working across my team to talk to customers. So what we've done, and I will, I loaded this as an image in Dovetail, but this is our shared project where we've aggregated all of our customer interviews, over 20 interviews, to identify some of our biggest opportunity areas. I've centralized my interviews within Dovetail, and I'm now ready to start understanding common themes across conversations. We conducted them using this interview script with questions such as, how long have you been using Zotify? Have you downloaded Zotify before? How do you use Zotify? And usability and challenges that are experienced. I'm going to go ahead and copy one of these questions for future use. And what I'll do now is add some data into Dovetail. So we automatically integrate with Zoom, Google Drive, OneDrive, and many other connected apps that anywhere where you might be interacting with your customer, you can bring in spreadsheets, PDFs, all kind of PowerPoint, Word documents into Dovetail and have that live there to be queried and analyzed. So here's an interview. It is uploading. And what you'll see here, I will add the name of the interviewee as the title. There are transcription being queued. There are summary and highlighting features. There's automation. There's a lot going on, right? So while that's queuing, let me show you already transcribed interview. So what I'm doing as I'm trying to get to insight fast is quickly looking through these timestamp summaries. I can also summarize the entire transcript. I am highlighting and trying to understand what are those key nuggets that I'd like to take with me. I can then suggest highlights automatically through Dovetail, which again allows me to get to that insight faster. So let's see how this is coming along. Our interview is ready to be transcribed. I will set to auto detect the language and transcribe away. So I'm reading through, like I said earlier, I'm able to see and identify some critical pieces that are important to me in my work. But let's go ahead and generate a summary that's chugging along. And I'm still trying to best understand as quickly as possible what are those key highlights that are relevant to me. So here we can see at different timestamped areas what are some core information, and I can go in and tag things that way. But then I can also go ahead and suggest highlights like I was doing earlier, and also query Dovetail to suggest specific highlights related to some of the questions that I had earlier. So yeah, let's see if we can ask Dovetail to analyze this interview, and I'll move it over to the new user category. Analyze any, oh, let's see, it does have some suggested highlights for me, which you can easily accept. And what's great about how AI and machine learning works with Dovetail is that there's always the opportunity to review and keep humans in the loop. So here, this section explains one of the key benefits of using the app. I think that's critical for me to know. This section explains the use case in finding new and underground music. I'm going to include that. So here I'm able to quickly analyze and quickly make my way through of capturing the key information from this transcript. So my highlighting is going well. All is good. I've all my calls analyzed, organized, summarized, highlighted. Again, across 20 interviews from different stages. I've organized them here by new user, users who've been with us for over a year and over 5 years. So now I'm going to dive into a highlight canvas, and I have a few set up here that I've been analyzing, affinity mapping. You can really think of this as kind of like a Miro or Figma experience where you start with a blank canvas. So let me generate a new one. And you are able to add all of these great highlights that you generated as we were doing earlier. So let's select all here, add them to the canvas. You'll see that it's a lot of data. And really, again, I'm pressed for time trying to build my programs, as opposed to having to build an affinity map, move things around. There's automatic clustering by themes. So what that does is it clusters and it gives you this view. You can edit the titles, preferences of other streaming services and reasons. Let's say some of these are relevant. I can move them around. I can take these clusters that were generated and adjust them across the screen. This is answering kind of my core question and is really telling the story I need to tell to move my goals forward. So I'm going to go ahead. I can play a reel again, kind of like we were doing earlier. Download that reel, add it to an insight. And this is where things get really interesting. So we can create an insight, which is almost like a shareable report. Preferences of our customers, let's say, is what I'm reporting on. And that will go directly into this format. You can move and extract certain pieces. There's also really robust different layout features. It's all editable. Here are the results of our interview series. You can add key takeaways. It helps when I'm able to spell. All of that available in an easy-to-use interface. You can also keep things aesthetically pleasing and add a cover photo. And then when you're ready, you publish and share that insight by copying a link or inviting your team to join. So all of that is done. You were able to go quickly from raw data to insight based on kind of directions that you were pointed to through high volume analysis. Now, kind of the next level here is as all the teams are creating their projects, loading data into Dovetail, you'd want to be able to have kind of a unified homepage for them to start browsing and accessing your work. So this is where search can be really powerful. Our robust search functionality uses semantic search to give you a deeper look at what your customer may be saying. So here, let's go in and ask the question we were working with earlier. I am super curious to hear how, what do customers across not just my work, but the entire organization, what do customers love about our experience? Let's see what we get. So we'll go ahead and summarize. We see that across different interviews, there's plenty of content that's come up. And again, the traceability piece. Each of these pieces in the summary are linked to specific content that is traceable, where you can go back and watch the recording so that your stakeholders know clearly where this happened. From these summaries, you can also, again, create shareable reports and insights that collate all of the videos, share direct links to those videos, but also share links to those insights to share with your stakeholders. So really, I hope that this gave you a sense of, and I'll go back to my first image that I loaded here in my project, of how you can leverage Dovetail to continuously discover what matters the most to your customers and make sure that everyone across the enterprise is aligned so that your team has a shared understanding, your stakeholders are self-serving, and you can quickly gain insights with our magic search and magic features. So please look out for me today at the conference. I'm available, and I can't wait to help you improve the quality of everything and welcome you to our community, of course. Can't wait.
Howdy. Yes. Oh, wait. Amazing. Welcome back, my lovely break. I'm here with Leon and Federico, here answering spicy questions about design career. And we also have fellow Long Bunnies joining us today. Now this is recorded. Everyone say, hi, Long Bunny. Yay, Long Bunny is so happy to see y'all as well. Everyone say, hi, Leon and Federico. Yay! Leon and Federico, happy to see y'all as well. And you have Long Bunnies. So we're going to drop into some Q&A. I'm going to pull some YouTube. But I want you all to answer. This is like the top burning question. Would love an intro about what you guys do and how did you figure out your career path? How do you know like design was something that you feel called to do? Go with Federico.
Hello everyone, Federico Francioni, go for Fede. I work as the head of digital ecosystem at Meta, so I magically work and trying to create the internal experience much better for Meta employees. Our internal Facebook or whatever comes to mind. What did I think when I was younger? I thought that I was really focusing on trying to understand what I like and what I didn't like. Like you will never know what you're gonna like unless you try. And that's what I was thinking about. So in the early stage of my career, I was always focusing on, yeah, let me experience as much as I can. So in the next future, I can say, yeah, I want to become a little bit more of this and a little bit less of that. Because when you're young, you have no idea even how things are cool. So that's it.
Amazing. Try as much as you can. Leon?
Hey everyone, I'm Leon. I'm the founder of UXGo, so a lot of you may connect with me to ask like interview questions. I've taught a lot of interview classes, but I'm also happy to chat about other topics. I'm also really passionate about building product. That's why I work with Grace and a lot of other people here. And I'll say like maybe a fun fact about me is even though I worked at many, many different big tech companies, I will say one of the things that I always enjoy the most is just be able to chat with everyone and then meet all these new faces here. So really happy to be this panel today.
Amazing, thank you. I'm curious, like a lot of us have really big goals and feel really intimidated to break them down. How do you personally measure success and keep track of your own goals? And Leon, I'm gonna switch back and forth.
I will say for early career, my advice will be set really harsh goals for yourself, but give yourself a lot of empathy when you don't reach it, right? So make sure you set very harsh goals. So that's also something I do for myself, right? I still consider myself early career. When I chat with everyone here, I feel like I still have a lot to learn from everyone. But when I set these goals, if I can reach them, that's great. But if I don't, I've done my best to try to reach them. I would consider that a success as well, right? Because a lot of random crap happens in real life that you can't control. So that's my advice here.
Yeah, I'll try to be practical for everything that I do. So the goals, the dreams has to be there, but you want to see almost like reverse engineering what's going to take you to get to that goal. So if you see yourself somewhere in 5 years, then you have to start deconstruct it and think, what do I need to do to be there in 5 years? Do I need to have certain certification? Do I need to get some kind of skills into the next 1 to 2 years? So as long as you build that way to your dream, then you can keep yourself in check. There is nothing wrong to have like a dream and then it becomes an illusion, right? Or something you get obsessed by. That shouldn't be your dream. You should have a goal. So a goal is something achievable. But you only achieve it if you become practical and if you really think, okay, these are the building blocks to get there. And on that one, you should be extremely practical. As you were saying, if you don't get it, fine. You'll still have improved yourself so you can fine-tune the goals and it's still going to be good. So always start with something pretty big because if it doesn't happen, that goes a little bit down, but at least be practical.
Yes, be practical. I see in the YouTube, AC says Long Bunny. Long Bunny says hi to you, AC. I know, how many of y'all feel like cringe when you hear the word networking? Raise your hand. Networking cringe? Yes, yes. I feel like networking is like making friends, and oftentimes we're at a conference, so it's time for you to make friends with people around you. How do y'all approach networking, both online versus in person? Federico?
I love in person. I'm a huge people person. I don't think like I always say if all the people that might have done some sort of a mentoring session with me, to me, networking and even going for a job, hiring everyone is like dating. It's like if you don't put something into that, you wouldn't get anything in return. So you need to go and just have some sort of like a mutual interest. You cannot just go to someone and pretend they're gonna give you something. It doesn't work that way. If you go and you are being yourself, you're being spontaneous, and you're really trying to build a connection, that is gonna work. And people are gonna realize that, and that's how you're gonna build the trust. So that's, to me, is the fastest way to do networking. And of course, when you meet in person, it's completely different. Because you build that level of like almost like intimacy, and the next time you meet each other, you'll be, oh yeah, I remember that time, and it's so different. Like through the screen is a little bit messed up. I think like you've been using the expression fully rendered, right? That I loved, so I stole it from Grace. And I love it, because like when you're fully rendered, then it's the fun part comes out.
The highest fidelity.
Yeah, that's even better.
I think for in person, the first few minutes when you first meet someone is super important. I don't know if we feel the same way, but I think you have a strong window to make a great impression. And that doesn't have to come from like just being like an elevator pitch or something rehearsed, right? But I do recommend that if you feel like you're a bit shy in person, be genuine, but try to think of it a little bit like an act, right? Like think about who you want to be. So you can sort of put on like a persona or put on like almost like a little bit like an acting gig, right? I was telling one of my business partners this earlier. I'm like, they're always asking me like, wow, you're so outgoing, you have so much energy. And I said, really? I said, every time I'm after like a networking event, I'm like going home, I'm like, oh my God, I'm so tired. So, but you know, so people don't really know that about you, right? So people only remember that first impression they have of you. So this isn't just for like big tech or whatever, right? In the future, I hope all of you become like aspiring entrepreneurs, business owners, and you try to actually make the world a better place, right? What will people think of you, that first impression they have? Online, it's a little bit tricky. I think nowadays online is like a double-edged sword. It gives us the opportunity, like Grace and I actually met virtual first, right? It gives us the opportunity to meet people from across the seas, but you don't get that opportunity to sort of make a strong impression like you would in person. So I always say for virtual, make sure you actually prepare, right? Don't send people random LinkedIn connections. I bet you probably get like so many random LinkedIn connections. It's annoying. Like sometimes we want to reply to all these, we want to help people, but it's just like these messages you send, it's like it's ChatGPT generated, like we know, right? It's like, why are we reading this, right? So actually think about how can you make a short and sweet, somewhat rehearsed thing, but actually try to bring some value, right? If you're trying to look for a job, for hiring, internship, whatever, maybe just link like a really interesting project or just have some sort of short and sweet to the point thing. You don't have to go through like a whole paragraph. So for virtual, prep a little bit more, but keep it shorter is my advice there.
Yeah, keep it to the point, and make friends and have fun. You know, with all these tech, how do you all feel like it's like really difficult keeping track of all these like AI and spatial design, all these trends popping up? Intimidated? Oh, I guess no one. Oh, it's okay. How do you, like as a designer, we're always learning and growing. How do y'all personally continue to improve your skills as a designer?
I can go first. I think as a designer, it's a really weird industry to be in when you're sort of a junior designer or an aspiring designer, because you think you know what a designer does, but your understanding of it's basically based off of random people like us telling you what it is. You haven't really developed what you think a designer actually does. So my advice here, I'll keep it short, as a designer is someone who is very good at learning, very fast, and always learning, and able to just make stuff, right? So if you feel like you're in a role that needs a little bit of coding, then guess what? You're a designer that needs to learn that. You need to develop that skill. I always place myself as someone who can never code, but now recently in a position where I'm trying to be a tech founder, I'm doing my own products. I have to learn that, right? Even when I hire a developer, I need to know enough that I can tell like if they're doing a good job or not, right? So there will always be these uncomfortable positions where like, I thought as a designer, I'm just supposed to do like UX research and do some iteration, put together a case study, do the HCI process, all the stuff I learned in school. What? You're interviewing me? You want me to be able to do that? Right, but that's fair, right? So if you're in that position, don't be like, oh my gosh, like that's not right. Try to actually just unblock yourself and actually learn it. That's the best way to improve as a designer.
I will do an experiment here. How many of you here, raise your hand, what do you think is more important, hard skill or soft skill? Who's voting for hard skill? Raise your hand. All right, I guess you're the only one. Soft skill, I guess everyone is okay. Good. Then we have a smart audience. Thank you. I appreciate that. Like that's the point. Like you can go hard and get better at Figma, whatever tool you want, and you name it. There's always going to be a new tool and better, so you always have to stay updated because that's the best part in which you're going to be able to deliver your job. But the reality is that if you're looking up and you're trying to become someone more of a manager side or whatever, you need to be able to talk to people. You need to be able to understand what are the business reason and the business choice behind a design. You need to be able to go and talk with the technology folks and explain, hey, this is how expensive the design is and why we're making this choice. These are some of the drawbacks that we can make it. The more you get yourself comfortable with that, the more you are able to tell a story that people can understand, the better it is. Because we are sitting in between multiple fires, right? And it's important as a designer because we practice empathy. We sit down and we can speak to the business and let the business talk also to the tech side in the easiest way possible. And I think design is a catalyst from that because people can all look at what we produce and then get the understanding of that. So it's a very powerful tool that we should be using together with the technical skills.
Agreed. Working with a team and Riz is also an important skill. EJ from the chat and YouTube says, I have found that online communities and meetups have made networking a lot less scary. Maybe, yeah, so online communities, join Design Buddies. It's free. I was curious, what are some top mistakes y'all see designers making? Federico?
Even for myself, where do I start? How much time we have?
15 minutes.
Yeah, that's enough for my mistakes, probably. Again, one of the most one is like really anchoring everything to this form and function conversation that is like going nowhere and getting too much fixated on, oh yeah, I need to do these things because that's what design wants me to do. It's not like that. It's how you convey the value of your product and thinking that the skills of your design is what are going to let you in that company, that position, that conversation. It's not. It's the value that you bring. So that's the main error and mistake I've seen by design.
I really like the part where you said, learning from mistakes and making so many mistakes, because I will say the biggest mistake is being afraid to make mistakes, especially for up-and-coming designers, right? I don't know, there's this sense of feeling where it's like you're either succeeding, maybe that your standard is like, I get a big tech job, right? And if you're not in that segment, you're like, I failed. And then you fail, you're like, I guess my design career is already over. So that stigma is very, very bad. So I want to make some more concrete examples, right? If you try to look for a job, right, let's say in a concrete environment, you might try different things, and then you're going to fail a lot. But you can keep trying in the same area and say, like, I'm going to keep going in this niche, whether that's spatial design. We had lots of good speakers today. And then what if your goal is, I'm going to use one of the products they demoed. I'm going to be that best designer with that tool, right? It doesn't need to be anything more than that. Maybe you failed, right? But after you failed, do you try again to be the best? Do you maybe switch to a different tool? If you keep trying, even if you keep failing, you're going to succeed. I can guarantee you, right? Like we can make a bet, if you honestly keep trying, you will succeed at some point. But most people, right, they don't have that mindset. The mistake is they think I try, I fail, it's over, right? That's the period right there. So I'll end it with a quote from Elon Musk. He said, if you fail, you don't succeed, try 10 times, right? So if you honestly feel like you've tried 10 times, and it doesn't work out, you can blame me. Like you can send me a message on LinkedIn. So I'll own up to you. But you need to send me evidence, right? Like, did you actually try 10 times, right? So let's leave it like that.
Amazing. We're gonna take one question from the audience. Who wants to raise their hand and ask a question? No one? It's okay. You can think about it. I'll call on the next question. What are y'all most excited about in emerging tech?
I think I'm going first on this one. Am I going first?
Yeah, you can go first.
You
okay. There are a lot of exciting things. We can even ask Long Bunny for it. So Long Bunny is our AI partner here. So AI is obviously the biggest, most exciting thing. And if you're still thinking about some of the earlier questions about trying different things, learning different skills, I'll tell you all a secret. AI tools are the easiest to build as a solo designer because you can do some prompt engineering. Grace probably knows this. Like we tried to do an AI interview tool, right? You need some good data, of course. You need some good resources, but I've taught like 1,000 students in interview class in the past few years, so I just use myself as data, right? I work with a few people, put together interview guides, and guess what? Turn it into an AI tool. It's awesome. But then, was it hard to build? Not really, right? Build it in a weekend, in a month. But then, the tool, of course, has its problems. You need to iterate. It might fail. So I will say for AI, it's a good place for you to try your ideas. You can fail, and then it makes a good story, right? You can still present it. So very, very cool thing is get practical, get hands-on for AI.
I'll go to another route. I will go spatial because I think that's an incredible degree of freedom for everyone that's creative, and that's for everything. Like it goes through entertainment, it goes through like anything, even medical, right? And the reality is that we just scratched the surface of like what spatial can be. Now, my personal behavior is that people will find in virtual reality, mixed reality, different use cases that they love. There is not like the infamous one silver bullet to kill them all. I don't believe in that. I believe that everyone will find some use case that they really love, whether it's gaming, whether it's social, and they will go deep into that. For example, I love VR fitness, and I would have never probably thought that I would do in VR fitness in my entire life. And yes, with a microphone, yes, that's the only thing I can lift. But I'm getting there. The reality is that one, like as designer in there is no known gestures, and there is no limit. So if you think about not only what you're designing and the way the 3D and immersive reality is going to be, but how are you interacting with that? Think of all the gestures we do today with the phone, right? Or just the recent eyebrow, right, in iOS. If we can find some killer app in a screen that is that small, imagine what you guys can do in a completely immersive 3D world. I think this is huge. And it will change the way we watch movies, it will change the way we play, it will change everything. So to me, that's the most interactive and intriguing thing for creative.
Going AI and going to the third dimension, going spatial, love it. Now talk about, what are you concerned about? Will AI take our jobs? Federico?
Why are you passing to me when it's like taking jobs? I thought you were a friend, but it's okay, thank you. What am I concerned? I'm concerned that we are getting too lazy. I'm concerned the fact that we don't have to think that our creativity then relies into AI, for example. I'm concerned that we stop living our life, real life, and we get too much into the digital part. This is our life, meeting in person is our life, having a coffee together is in real life. Designing things that are helpful and useful to me means that they have a sort of manifestation in real life. We can go into the digital space anytime. We have our fantastic smartphone in our hands even too often. So to me, it's especially now that we're spending more and more time in something even more immersive, we have to be able to combine the two and know when it becomes real and physical and when it becomes totally digital. So that's the part, blending the two is great, but we also have to at some point create a division and say, okay, this is real life and this is not.
I love that. I want to build off of that a little bit. So we talk about that from the spatial side. I'll talk about it from the AI side, right? I think AI is concerning that it's easy to build, it's easy to try, but it might become lazy for designers, right? You might say, let's just use AI. What does that even mean, right? I worked with many different clients for agencies and things like that, and I work with designers on those projects. They're like, we can just use AI generation. I'm like, what the hell are we generating? Where is this coming from, right? What are you talking about? They're like, no, you just enter a prompt. It will just tell them what to do. I'm like, have you actually tried AI? That's not how it works, right? So of course the technology is going to get better. So one interesting thing I think to think about is, if you're worried about AI, worried about emerging tech, think about what that tech is bad at. So if you're worried about AI, think about what is AI bad at. So I'm going to use the example from Grace and I building that AI interview tool. We built the tool, we thought it was awesome. It actually was, but we tested it with like 100 actual people trying to look for jobs, interviews. And what we learned from that is even though the tool is great, people can't trust it, right? So if you actually have an interview tomorrow, most likely you don't know what's a good or bad answer. So when the AI, which is pretty good, tells you your answer is bad, your reaction is like, is it though? You don't trust it, right? So I think mentorship, teaching, instruction, coaching, this is an interesting space because this is a role where even when the AI is good, you might actually just trust someone on ADP list more than a tool that gives you an instant response. So this is why I'm really interested with Grace to build out Fluffle, building out these products, because there are definitely things where AI is not good at, right? It is not that go-to solution for everything. So what I'm concerned about is I don't want designers to be lazy. I don't want designers to say AI will just do it because there are things it definitely cannot.
Definitely agreed.
I think we had a question.
Oh, yes, one question.
It's for you.
I didn't hear.
Oh.
I can jump there.
Oh,
I can
okay.
bring these little things. So you can...
I was a little bit confused on like your previous point on separating like the real world with like the digital world. Are you saying like creating a mental separation so there's like mental clarity between the like the real world we experience versus like the world we're creating digitally?
Yes. So as much as we can, yes, because we.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. The question if it was like, do you want to create like a real separation between the digital and the physical, and how that's going to work, right? I'm trying to synthesize it. Like we want to do that in the way that we think the experience to be. Like and it's very difficult to make an example because some of the experience will inherently be digital and physical and can be the plus of the experience itself. So you want to design it that way. But you don't want to go to being so sticky that everything that happens on digital. That was what I was trying to say, and I don't know if that answered your question. Say again? Yeah.
What advice would y'all tell your younger designer self? We have 2 more questions.
I guess I'm going first. I think one thing I will say is just give yourself maybe a little bit more empathy. I was very strict on myself. I am still now. But I think as you kind of grow older, you know that a lot of times you can't blame yourself for everything, right? I used to have this mindset. It's like a little bit toxic. It's like if I don't achieve something, the only excuse is I didn't work hard enough. When you get a little bit older, you realize that is a little bit BS. So for the past 5-6 years, a lot of times I may be doing full-time roles, doing entrepreneurship together, working 80-hour weeks. I was studying part-time in university, working full-time in big tech, paying my own tuition. So I kind of developed this bad habit where every waking moment, if I feel like I'm not actively making money or learning something, I'm wasting money. So for some reason, it became really toxic, and it's like the worst sort of anxiety. And I never even realized it was anxiety until I watched one of these Iron Man movies. So I don't know if anyone's like a Marvel film. And then it's like that part where like he goes into the wormhole and he's having like a panic attack. He's like, I have to keep building these Iron Man suits. And then my wife was looking at me and was like, damn, you're like Iron Man. I'm like, only the anxiety part. I'm like Iron Man, not the other parts. So now I was chatting with Grace and other founders, like actually bake in those times for just doing fitness, right? I'm taking like workout classes. I'm doing things like, I don't consider that wasting my time anymore because it's healthy, right? So enjoy your work, enjoy working hard, but try to enjoy it. Don't make it like a punishment thing where if you don't do it, you're like, I'm so bad, like I can't sleep, I did the wrong thing. Yeah.
Mine will be keep unlearning and keep doing much faster than you think you're doing. Because especially when you start, you have a sort of like a academical or a ton of information that is given to you, and you feel like a sponge that is great, but you're only on the receiving end, right? And you're like, you learn and you learn and you learn, and then you realize that it doesn't really go that way, and the real prosperity of thoughts is when you really stop focusing too much of what you know that you learn, and you focus on other perspective, because other perspectives is what make your thinking better and different. So you kind of keep unlearning what you have, and you start listening to everyone and what they're thinking and what they're saying, especially to what they're not saying. Because a lot of people, especially when you start, I used to be, I'm Italian, so I'm passionate. I was like getting pissed. I'm like, oh, why is this person not liking what I do? Is it my fault or is it not? The reality is that it's not like that. Everyone has their own, maybe their agenda, but they have their own fear, they have their own POV, and they don't really want to challenge you. They do challenge the idea, but they come across, a little bit too harsh. So the best thing that you can do is like kind of unlearn the kind of approach that you have in your mind and thinking everyone is against me, and you start figuring out, okay, why is this person against my line of thought? You open up. You might end up like having a coffee or a pizza and understanding that their perspective is out of fear or whatever, and then you get best friend. And here you are, you got like the next step for your career or whatever else you want to learn.
I think we had a question or a hand raised in the crowd.
Yeah,
Quick, lightning.
Okay, I'm just curious to hear what you guys have to say about product designers' sort of responsibility for the negative impact some of this new stuff is having on our society. The huge amounts of energy consumption, job displacements, what the attention economy has done to society and our democracy. What do product designers have responsibility there for?
I heard if it's a negative question, you always go first. So yeah.
Remind me to come next year, this guy.
I will.
No, I think the product designers are a function of all the rest of any company and organization, right? You cannot pinpoint at one person, one job, one role. What if it's privacy? What if it's legal? What is like whatever, right? You can always pinpoint on someone. The reality is that you have to go and deal with a number of needs, and I don't think that the answer can come from one role. Everyone has to do their part. So as we were discussing before about the blending between the physical and the digital, we need to be knowledgeable of like what we are creating. I know that everyone wants to create a good product, and a lot of companies are not non-profit, but they are like companies that are like public company or whatever, they're trying to make money. So it's always a balance between what you're trying to create, make the best product, know that it doesn't have to do any negative impact on society, and that's down to your ethic eventually, because that's how the work works.
Yeah, and I know we had the chance to chat off the panel a little bit, like one-on-one, so it's a great question. But to play devil's advocate a little bit, I think it's a little bit hard to answer the question because for a lot of folks, they might not have like skin in the game, right? So I don't want to say like big tech bad, these people bad, blah, blah, blah. My advice would just be like, if you're in this space, you feel a certain way, you can work a big corporate job, but start trying to do your own thing, right? Be an entrepreneur. How about let's put the power in your hands? What could you actually do, right? Because you'll start meeting people, they'll have like-minded ideas, and then, like just like this great event today, if you talk with people, you'll meet people, and then you could change the world, like actually, right? So I'm not just saying this, like the next big thing that is good for mankind could just spark from someone in the crowd. So I don't think of design as a negative thing. I definitely think it's still a thing that's gonna make the world a better place.
Amazing, thank you. That concludes our Q&A. I'll answer the last question as our lovely volunteers move our couch for our next speaker, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Our volunteers, our lovely volunteers can come up and remove the couch as I'll talk about how did I build and grow Design Buddies and some other questions about Design Buddies. I will answer them as they move this out from the couch. So, come up. Yes, thank you. The couch can go over there. Yes, so how did I build and grow Design Buddies? I just didn't ask for permission. I just made a Discord server because I wanted to. And number one is I try to be unconventional, like being kawaii with tech and just being unapologetically myself and just kind of just gravitating towards, I want to help other people feel comfortable being themselves without changing themselves to fit in anywhere. Number two is I try to understand what are the pain points. Like for example, people want a job in Design Buddies, but how do you get a job? You need skills, you need projects, you need networks. So we do a lot of events, hackathons, design challenges to help people achieve that goal in a fun manner. And number 3 is doing something that makes me feel uncomfortable every day, whether that's me surrounding myself, like hosting this conference, or quitting my job, or moving to SF, starting a hacker house, and surrounding myself with people who question me, ask me questions, and have diversity of thought is how I've able to grow Design Buddies. And vision, helping more designers land jobs, have fun, host the most kawaiiest tech events. And we'd like to welcome our next speaker, Jennifer, talking about crafting product experience with Gen AI creative tools.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh my God, they took the couch. I wish I can sit on it. But yeah, this is the first time, or I guess I do an in-person presentation in a while, so excited. I'm Jennifer. It's such an honor to be standing here sharing a topic I care about at the Design the Future conference in San Francisco. Now generate a claymation image of Design the Future conference at the Bunny Village with lanterns and Golden Gate Bridge in the back. It's got like all these details that sort of align with my description. I mean, the text is not the best here, but people who play with Gen AI a lot knows a ton about how big of an improvement it is already to just get the spelling right. So who here has used generative AI tools to create content? Cool, cool. Yeah, instead of replacing designers, Gen AI creation tools are actually helping more people become better designers and doing their jobs faster. So today I'm going to use the product I'm currently working on at Microsoft to deep dive into the things that matter for crafting a good experience for Gen AI creation tools. A little bit about me, or actually let me generate an image of myself. I'm wearing an oversized blazer and I have dyed hair strands. I love taking photos, so I'm gonna just add a camera. And I also have the most random idea, so I'll add a light bulb. And hey, that's me. In front of it. Some coworkers caught me like Gen AI, like literally, but I don't know. Lots of too much expectation. I love working on emerging tech and the most forward-thinking teams. I always like to hop onto new things, from crypto, AR to generative AI now. I love products that empower more people to become creatives. So today I'm going to talk about my journey building the first Gen AI creation products at Microsoft, the ups and downs and the learnings, how to approach AI products and principles, and how to define success in UX and AI, as well as some responsible AI stuff that I'm sure everyone's curious about, from machine learning models to user interface. And just so you know, every assets that's generated in this presentation are all generated from the product that I'm working on at Microsoft. But yeah, about how I got to be on the team that started building the first Gen AI creative products at Microsoft is, so we know Microsoft total revenue is pretty huge. It was like around 200 billion last year, and cloud office suites are also the second largest revenue portion of that. Whether you hate Word or PowerPoint or not, it still makes money. And 1.3 million companies do use this office suite across the world. What was not part of this work and productivity suite is actually the creators as a customer segment or creative tools as a type of work product. 165 million plus creators joined the global economy since 2020, and nearly 1 in 4 of you here are probably creators. Looking at some of you here, contributing to diverse types of content, to social media or other things. So there was a huge missing business opportunity there for the company for creator tools. However, there are a lot of big players already established in the creator community, and the hundreds of thousands of beautifully crafted templates and assets created by real designers. So how was Microsoft going to find a place there? Instead of hiring thousands of designers to create templates or building a design tool for power users, the team wanted to leverage AI to create a tool that any level of creator can use, or something that within like a few steps you can get to a result they want without having to know visual design rules or manually edit designs too much. So since then, it's been an interesting journey. As you can see, the new product made some exciting news on being, compete in the field, integrating into Copilot, Edge, Microsoft Suite, LinkedIn, etc., and being at the forefront of applying new AI capabilities and implementing AI safety guardrails at Microsoft. But because we're operating at a startup team at a big company, we had to prove the product market fit, and we didn't exactly get it right in one go, but we're still figuring it out, just like everyone else is with these new technologies. And the product first started with the goal of becoming a Gen AI-powered graphic design tool, but now it's redefined to a Gen AI-powered artifact creation tool set that helps you create, design, edit, when and when you need it in the Microsoft ecosystem. So what changed and how did the product principles get from A to B? I remember someone said, like, it's good to show all the iterations. That's literally what I'm gonna do. So this is the earliest form of the app that started in. It's an editor with a center canvas with panes, toolbars allow you to edit the design. Looks pretty familiar, pretty basic. The first sprinkle of AI here is the design ideas on the right, and it offers like color and layout variations, but it wasn't the most revolutionary. But how can the product experience better help people get to a desired design by simply telling us like what they want in the design instead of having to browse through pages of templates to find one that kind of matches? So we introduced this design from scratch, like pop-up, acting like an agent that asks for a headline and a short phrase, image, or DALL-E-generated image to turn these into designs. But keep in mind that this was when like DALL-E first became like a viral thing in late 2022, and people are still confused about the concept of generating something. So introducing this framework showed that we're still used to thinking sort of inside a box of how people get to final designs. It's like telling us exactly what they want in it. But so how can we leverage the true advantage of AI? So the best thing about AI is you can be the boss and tell it what to do. You can type like a really high-level abstract thing, and then you should be able to still get fascinating results. So in this iteration, the UI UX actually is still side by side, but the input box is much larger and asks user to describe the design you like to create. So it's more inviting for a conversation and that people can describe their design in whatever detail they want. And it has a big emphasis on prompt engineering and guiding users through creating good prompts. And also through some testing, we found a gap in users' understanding of expected input and output. People still gear towards visual templates like they would see in some other tools. So then can actually propose these like try examples on the side where you can see the visual examples of like how you get to this design, but after you hover on it, it's actually the prompt that made the design happen, and when you click on it, it actually fills into the input box and it starts generating, and we can see there's like an AI rewrite suggestions as well that can help you write like a more interesting prompt that will generate more interesting results. Another realization is that AI-generated designs will only get us a percentage of the way there, and we have to admit that AI is still limited and people still need a good editor to take it to the finish line. And at the same time, the generative AI image editing tools like generative erase, fill, expand, and other capabilities like generative text, and we have a generative brand kit are being introduced to the editor, but they're kind of hidden behind quite a few steps. And that was when we sort of had like a critical, like strategic pivot. Have you heard of the Alexa problem? It has like a ton of capabilities, but people still use it to like mostly set timers or ask for the weather. It's because it's hard to learn about everything it does from a single input source. So the problem we have with like feature-rich experience that has a single entry point, like previously shown, is that it has too many hidden features. And more importantly, like framing the final output as like just a graphic design was also kind of lowering the success rate, because not every creation needs to be a design. It could be like an image, edited image with some text or any other forms. So this realization sort of led us to pivot to a collection of generative tools with a cohesive design system that sort of scaled across all the mini apps and back into a universal editor. And once we sort of broke it down into different capabilities and packaged it in a way that makes sense to people, our success rate actually increased by like, not like 200%-ish, and that was pretty incredible to see. So what do we do to make that happen? So we call the new approach like mini apps model. Our design team actually drove the efforts in like an engineer-driven company, so we're pretty proud of that. And essentially, it's breaking the capabilities down and packaging them, as I mentioned, and it was able to make clear what we offer. So from like image, stickers, design, card, brand creator, generative image tools, and restyling, images, framing, collage, whatever. All of those, users are finding much more success in the desired output because they know exactly what they're getting out of. And now there's like this interesting UX idea of like prompt templates that we came up with. So the idea was actually inspired by like users' natural creativity. We were seeing people reposting this one viral prompt about like a cartoon dog poster in like the Facebook dog community. And they sort of like used the prompt, they put a bracket around the place that you can swap out the prompt, and then they posted results in the community groups, and it was getting like lots and lots of attention. And we thought, why don't we just like templatize this behavior in our app to generate more like shareability and hype. So instead of filling like plain text in the prompt box, when users click on a try a tile, we're actually curating well-written prompts with great results and adding like input fields to the swappable parts. And as a user, you'll also be able to create and share your own prompt templates. For example, with this example of my cartoon profile, after I click Share Prompt Template, I can highlight the fields I recommend people to swap out, and I just like share my links so others get this prompt loaded in. They can just like put their own details in. Y'all can like try it out like after this. Let me know. And so the traffic actually spiked when we launched some of these viral prompt templates, such as the LinkedIn cartoon profiles and like Funko Pop figures or something. And this is a win for us for sure, because this simple like image creator mini app, one of our most like basic sort of text to image mini app, was already allowing people to create with outputs that they're proud of, and that we have a lot of other cool stuff coming, so that was definitely win in the right direction. And to illustrate the outcome of the pivot in a visual way, here's an example of what it was before, like a kind of just graphic design, kind of boring, kind of templatized, look like PowerPoint. But the new tool set can produce a variety of assets that are much more higher quality, and sort of besides a change in the UX, our model actually also improved with the development of like actually diffusion design models by our engineers. So on the right here, there's like stickers, like frames, cards, as well as I can input an image of like the dog and the person and add a style, and it can generate that thing. So, but as mentioned previously, the generated results, no matter how good they are, usually still need an editor to tweak some things. So something that came up that's kind of interesting in our user interviews around this stage was that users were a lot familiar with AI tools now, so then they are kind of expecting AI to be this like magic wand that can give them whatever they want. Even in editing as well, for example, they wish to just tell the editor like, make this design better, make it more organic. And it was expecting to do the editing with AI as well. But that's a big design challenge for many of us to solve. And taking a look at other similar products, the side pane approach, sometimes with like a top-bottom prompt box with a single result at a time, is great for making people focused on the editing and result, but it might be a little overwhelming for first-time users or like non-design background users to get to know like how to get close to the finished product as much as possible with the generative AI capabilities. And at this point, we've learned some great insights about the different strengths of manual editing mapped to the capabilities of, mapped to the capabilities of manual editing versus generative interactions. And this diagram breaks it down a little bit. And attributed to one of our coworkers that actually came up with it. So everyone who comes to our app is trying to get from idea to a result. And the declarative controls, AKA, are like mini apps that introduce interactions such as that use like natural prompting to inform the model of the desired results. And it has a large impact in the idea phase. Because ideas are abstract concepts, users shouldn't have to do a lot to get something on the paper. And having each input to be able to have a large change on the output, such as using a prompt word or like a change in a style to be able to generate artifacts, is extremely valuable to get users to a concrete idea without too much effort. But as we get closer and closer to the finish line, there are certain things that we might want to tweak with the generated results, such as like changing the text a little bit, change the color, maybe like move things slightly. And this is when traditional controls, like actually just clicking, dragging, deleting buttons is way more better than I'm like prompting the AI to tell it to delete something. So that's where traditional controls are more useful in that sense. And what we're trying to get to is a sweet spot between like when we transition the user from the declarative controls to traditional controls, and try to push that sweet spot to as much to the right as possible, while also rethinking how we can sprinkle more AI capabilities into our traditional controls to meet people where they are in their editing needs. I'm seeing a lot of likes for that page, cool. And that leads me to our most sort of recent UX pivot, sort of coming up with a single cohesive prompt design system framework that works for all mini apps, but also adapts to all their needs, whether it's like text input, image input, or text plus image plus style plus blah, 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 as input to generate artifacts. And it was actually a pretty tough design challenge to come up with frameworks that make sense for each of the app, but that can also act holistically as a design system to save engineering work and ensure users' familiarity. And as you can see here, the mini apps has required image and text inputs, as well as style, and we can fit up to like 4 inputs, and also keeping it scalable to mobile. So as you can see here, I can like add some elements. For example, it's grad season, so I'm generating like graduation caps, and I want like a paper craft style of it. And here I can get like sort of the results that I like expect, but not really expect the full exact thing. So AI always surprised me, good or bad. This framework also helps with drawing users' attention to the right priority in the generation stage and the editor stage. So see how the prompt box on the top is easily used when needed, but when the inputs are filled, the attention draw back down to the variety of results, which would allow users to focus on picking one that they're happy with. And then once they pick one, we would then take them to this like new level up universal editor that we're launching soon, where they can focus on taking their artifacts to the finish line. And the new AI suggestions will enhance the artifact and give more ideas and access to the previous mini apps as well in this scaled responsive version. And what are some other exciting things about this is like we're further integrating into the Microsoft ecosystem, such as being accessible in Copilot. And our team actually worked on the Super Bowl ad that we're pretty proud of. Also, it's integrated in like Edge, LinkedIn Teams, or just like pulling up in any of the Microsoft products and can generate graphics easier. So there is already a future to bring conversational design concept in for users when they want to tell us like how to edit their designs. Okay, so wow, that was a loaded journey of how things change and the stuff I learned in 1 year of working on this product. I actually love these images that I generated here. And they're And the experience should invite, so a few things I broke it down for y'all. The experience should invite users to stay open-minded about the iterative process of getting AI to help you wherever you want. And you should see Gen AI products as a co-creator and someone to bounce idea with instead of like a magic black box that will give you whatever you want in the first try. And the experience should invoke delight, whether it's the visuals, the fun loading animations, or the humorous language that you use to guide users, because working with Gen AI tools should be a very inspiring thing. And the third is we want to educate users about what to expect when using AI, whether it's the risks or maybe you won't see results that you expect exactly, and communicate that very effectively. And last but not least, let's not forget to really use the design thinking fundamentals when we're designing these products, because a lot of people just tend to be like, I want to add some AI in there and it'll be cool. But I think at the end of the day, like, users still want something that's valuable to their day-to-day work or whatever they're trying to accomplish, so keeping that goal in mind at all times. I would also like to share some of the Gen AI success metrics from product UX engineering standpoint that we summarized. So pretty standard, like their usage, like what's the adoption, engagement, user retention, prompt interaction rate. Reliability, the performance of the model, generation time, and fail rates. The sentiment, users' positive or negative experience interacting with your product. And the return of investment, which is actual business return or cost reduced by the utilization of AI. And to put it into words from your target customers, we sort of see this 4 level of product success. And yeah, so first of all, it's like, is it usable? Is your product easy to use? And second, is valid? Are the results provided by the product you are building, are they accurate and are they relevant using AI? And the third is it useful? Is it saving me a lot of time doing the job that I want to do? And the hardest one to get is at the top with the value one, which is like, people really love your product, they would be disappointed not be able to use it in their day-to-day work. So what you can see here is sort of like an application of how we can learn more about whether we're meeting our success metrics through letting people like report content or send general feedback. Having those buttons up there was actually just all required to do, like being able to report an image or send feedback. Okay, so far you've heard my journey building the first Gen AI products at Microsoft, but let's talk a little bit about how the infrastructure of AI, how a set of guidelines and principles around producing responsible AI sort of shapes the way we should think about user experience. This image is also pretty good, no spelling errors. The main topic around responsible AI is where the technology is doing what we don't want it to do, because these foundation models introduce new harms, such as ungrounded outputs and errors, jailbreaks, and prompt injection attacks, harmful content and code, copyright infringement, manipulation, and human-like behavior, etc. So Microsoft as a company has like many teams that build the mitigation layers to help. So how are we controlling this technology at every one of these levels to get it to do what we want it to do? At the first level is the model level. And there are many layers to this model, but the last layer is called reinforcement learning with human feedback, and this is something that OpenAI posted. We trained the model on how we wanted to respond to a particular prompt by giving a side-by-side example of what we like and what we don't like. We actually use them to train like a reward model to get it to potentially choose or refuse different types of questions. For harmful content, if there's like certain things we never want the model to do, we can give examples of these prompts and then score the answers where it's like refusing to answer very highly. And actually humans are actually employed to rewrite these ideal replies. The second level is the safety system. We don't trust the model on its own all the time because it's open to new types of attacks. The model also makes mistakes. So we actually use generative AI as an important tool to also develop this safety system. So every prompt that comes in and every completion that goes out, we run it through this safety system, and we look for these different types of risks, whether it's harmful or copyright stuff. The system can just block that content and take the action against the user. It's intricate because different applications also have different tolerance for harmful content. For example, in gaming, first-person shooter games are going to have higher tolerance for violence than like an education application. So Big Team also take these guidelines and turn them into like severity levels built into the model that our customers can specify. At the next level of this is meta prompt and grounding. This is where we go to like generic foundation to complete application that behaves the way you want it to behave. And one of the ways is to provide it with the right information. We use meta prompt, which is like actual instructions to tell the system programmer to give to the model to tell it how to behave. It's kind of interesting to see like how a little change in the example instruction changes the defect rate. For example, a rule that tells AI during, stuff like, during certain dangerous situations, AI should do something is more effective than tell AI not to do something, but to do something else. And so lastly, at the user application level, how should the user interface help mitigate risks? We talked a little bit about it regarding designer, but these are examples from like Bing Chat in the early days. There was like intentional choices of telling users like what the system could do. There's also strings that tell people like AI can make mistakes and surprises. And the conversational style feature is about more end-to-end steering of the experience. We know that the LLM level often have different levels of hallucination, which are optimal for different users, like whether they're doing informational tasks or creative tasks. The user should be able to choose between that, but like how do you sort of introduce that in a natural way? The UI should also cite the sources that these are coming from, especially if people are like using it in a search context, and that will add credibility. So a couple of the UX learnings is that we want to be transparent about AI limitations. We want to make sure human stays in the loop because it's getting harder because we want to do tasks we don't know how to do sometimes. For example, I wanted to code, but I don't know how to code that well. But so how can we like, how can the product also help automatically check these outputs? And we also want to have it like mitigating misuse and over-reliance on AI. And how do we sort of help mitigate that with the user experience that we're doing? But with all the cool new capabilities that are being announced and the things that are I learned through building Gen AI products, where do I think the future AI product innovations and experience could go? I think like any product team that thinks beyond the AI plus whatever formula, like AI plus writing, coding, etc., and focus on the human needs, the fundamental thinking, and the behavior when they shape the experience for the product is going to make a huge impact. Any product that uses AI as a catalyst or safeguard at the same time sounds kind of Black Mirror, but like AI versus AI. So it can run safely by itself to achieve greater results with curated level of safety. And there are so many more exciting new capabilities coming up with AI, like video generation, and previously mentioned like what would happen if AI plus spatial design also blends with each other. But yeah, like about creating like a system design that can work across these things as well as all these tools that you're building would be really important. So I hope my presentation today gave you some good insights into how to approach designing or using Gen AI creation tools. New insights are still being discovered every day, so staying open-minded to these changes are super important. But yeah, thank you for listening. Connect with me. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you so much. That was great. Make sure to connect, and we welcome our next speaker, Adam. Thank you so much. Yeah. Yes, Adam will take us through a journey through time with our fellow pixels.
Cool. Wow, there's a lot of people here. Cool, so good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm thrilled to be here today to share what I've seen and learned from my journey as a designer across many different industries. And there's so many excellent talks today. If you saw my description on my website, I had a quote from Buzz Lightyear, which I'm like, okay. But so before we dive into today's topic, a journey through time with pixels, let me take a moment to introduce myself. So my name is Adam Said. I'm a product designer building tools for millions of viewers and creators at Twitch. And it's one of the, if you don't know what Twitch is one of the largest live streaming platforms in the world. I started off my career in gaming actually, and then I moved on to blockchain tech early in like 2020, doing like this thing for startup. I worked on privacy at Facebook to designing digital experiences at Tesla. So yeah, my journey has been a constant coalescence of many different and exciting new technologies. One cool thing that I got to do as well, oh yeah, this is like some of the stuff or the companies that I've been working with. And so this is something that was pretty cool that I got to work on. So if you all know, who here knows Don Norman or the Nielsen-Norman principles? Okay, cool, there's a lot. But I had the chance to work with him on his new book, which is the one in the middle. And so his previous books talks about the philosophy of design thinking, how do you go about human-centered design? But in his new book, it talks about humanity-centered design, which is like, what is it, right? Like there's this ITY at the back of human. But what is essentially communicating is that how do you use design thinking beyond just the digital experience? How do you use design thinking to solve the circular economy, sustainability, politics, economics? Because even in economics, if you talk about the GDP and all these measurements, they're kind of made up, like how countries are ranked. They're all kind of made up. So this book kind of addresses a lot of those current issues. And it just makes you think about the current issues, which I thought was a very fun thing to work on beyond just the digital realm. But yeah, so with technologies and industries maturing more every single day, for example, there's mixed reality, AI, blockchain. Like if you want to get funding, just mention all these terms. And we see even in a hard economy today, right? Okay. So I'm just going to go back because it's slightly not synced together. But you know, in a difficult economy where you're looking for job opportunities, it's like pretty scarce right now. And the one thing I tell myself, like if I'm looking for a role, is focus on what I can control and just put all of my energy in that. Like a lot of speakers were talking about this previously, but what does this mean actually? So yeah, so with technologies that are growing and growing every day, how do you work in those specific industries? You got to learn about it, right? And there's just so many things that are going on. How do you keep up with it? So, and what I'm going to tell you today is that it's very possible for you to be an expert in all these emerging fields. It seems scary and new, but especially when you have some sort of design thinking already that's in your mind, it's pretty much easily accessible to jump into these different industries. I'm going to pause real quick. Because the slides are not synced. Is that an issue? Okay, perfect. Cool, thank you. So from the revolutionary first Macintosh to today's sleek iMacs, Apple computers have basically transformed the way we work, whether we produce music or we are using Keynote to create presentations, right? There's just a new era of designing friendly UX or user interfaces and intuitive designs. And this is not to say that these technologies were different from what's been done in the past. Like it's been an evolution of very, very fundamental ideas that we all have seen, and our ancestors, not to date this old, but like our ancestors have encountered some form of what we're going through today in some moment of time. So the big question, oh, hold on, okay. One more slide, front, one more, okay. So the big question is, how do we even keep up with these new technologies that are evolving every day? Well, you don't really have to. That's a simple answer. And I'm going to tell you how to do that in very few ideas or themes. So the first point is, this was talked about in the different talks as well, but it's all about first principles thinking, and it's about breaking very complex problems into their most basic parts, and then try building them up back from scratch. So when I'm designing, I'm always, instead of looking at what other people are designing, I try and break down what the heck the problem is at the very fundamental core, and then figure out how I can solve those problems. So what it means is to just question a lot of the assumptions and conventional wisdom that everyone's talking about, instead rely on the fundamental truths of the problem. So this is an illustration to show you first principles thinking in the most basic diagram. So think about the challenge, right? So challenge is the first thing you always encounter when you want to solve a problem. Then next, instead of looking at solutions that already exist in the wild, understand the root causes and break it down. Like this circle you see, break it down into its little circles to its fundamental core. And in other words, first principles. Then you can start doing all your ideation based on those fundamental truths to come up with new novel ideas. And this can apply in any field, and you can be an expert in all those fields if you break it down all the way to the very core. So imagine this, all right? So there's this place called the Cheesecake Factory. The food's all right, but I love their red velvet cheesecake. It's so good. I might get some after this, but just to reward myself. So I love the red velvet cheesecake at the Cheesecake Factory in Union Square. They have that in San Francisco. For those of you watching online, maybe they have it in your locations. But yeah, so let's say I wanted to create my red velvet cheesecake, right? I could look up the recipe, browse for hours and hours, but I might not even find the right recipe and get very disappointed with all those hours wasted. But with first principles thinking, what you would do is that you break it down to figure out what makes a cake, specifically what goes into making a red velvet cheesecake, because everything is different, right? There's so many different cakes. But you can start off with having flour, there's sugar, there's eggs, and then you can start experimenting to make your own recipe. And when you make your own recipe, who knows, maybe you'll make something better than the Cheesecake Factory. So this is just a very basic idea. So yeah, this is just an illustration. We have the cheesecake, which I love so much, and then the flour, there's milk, eggs, and then there's chocolate as well. And so instead of a cake, let me give you an easier example, building a rocket. So how do you build a rocket? Any hands here? Any experiences? Anyone has built rockets? Oh, what did you say over there? Oh, okay. Yeah, we could use ChatGPT for lots of fuel. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of things, and many different companies are just trying to build the next forefront of space innovation. And mentioning this person's name, Elon Musk is the founder of SpaceX, and he is a first principles thinker, which is how he's so able to be jumping into so many different industries. Like, you've heard of SpaceX, Tesla, there's the Boring Company, there's just so many things that he's doing, like Hyperloop as well. Like, to be able to think in so many different domains is a very, it sounds crazy, but he's just thinking from first principles thinking. And so what he did was he basically said, I'm gonna talk to everyone who has done something with building rockets or messed with crafting like a rocket, and he questioned the status quo a lot. And when he questioned the status quo, he came up with his own ideas of what makes a good rocket, or how do we make something so powerful like as a rocket. And so he said, screw everything that's in existence. He's gonna build everything from first principles and using the laws of physics. And when he did that, he actually, yeah, I mean, it's easy to build a rocket, well, kinda, but when he started thinking in this framework, he saved SpaceX, or even the rocket companies right now, millions of cash because like this is a diagram or a blueprint of what a rocket could look like. So all the different components that makes up a rocket. And just because he is thinking in this way, and I highly suggest you all should as well when you encounter any design or any problem in the world, whether it's product strategy or design thinking. But because of that, SpaceX pioneered the first reusable rockets. So after liftoff, so after the rocket gets sent into space, this component, which is the bottom part, which is called a booster, comes back and lands on Earth. So he basically revolutionized and changed how rockets should work. Like these things are supposed to explode in space, but he made them to be able to land back on Earth and therefore make it reusable, which cut launch costs by a lot. And yeah, so that was first principles. Now we're going to time travel. And Figma, let's talk about Figma. So Figma is a great example when it comes to designing for a lot of the user interfaces and experiences, prototyping, everything we see today. And when we think of Figma, Figma is this beautiful canvas where you paint all your ideas and your designs suddenly come to life. Like before that could even happen, before Figma was easy, and before you all use Figma, we use Sketch and Keynote and Photoshop, all these different tools. But the designers at Figma had to kind of think about this question. They had to ask, how do we make a powerful interface for designers without cluttering too much of functionality? Because we want to make it powerful, we don't want to make it too simple, but how do we do that as designers? So Figma, a tool for designing interfaces, can easily be compared to that of the Stone Ages, hence time traveling, because where cavemen, they used to script and carve writings on walls. So that canvas you see on Figma is not so different than the walls that you see in the olden days, where they used to carve and write all their writings there. So that was the stone or marble parts of the cave that the cavemen wrote on to illustrate an idea or illustrate a design, because design is always about communication. So same with tools and shapes to create visuals on screen. Like there's so many cool things you can do with just these few things. Like if you think about design, I don't know if this is a hot take or not, but like designing is pretty easy. And why do I say that? It's because everything you see on the screen, it's just made up of rectangles, text, and colors. Like obviously you have to learn about the UX laws and UX principles and psychology, how the human behavior works. There's all those parts, yes. But in terms of designing, that's it. So coming back to my point about tools, the tools that we have today in Figma is also reminiscent of things that have been done in the past as well. Like those are the same tools that cavemen had to use when sculpting and writing messages on the wall. And yeah, of course, Figma is made for people like you and I, not for those in the past, but we're similar. We're similar in some shape, way, or form. Or yeah, we also look like this in the past, or even now some of us do look like this. But yeah, so that's time traveling, and then let's go even further. Let's jump into a parallel world. So other than time traveling, a similar concept is diving into parallel worlds, or what I call this analogous market research. And this simply means that instead of looking at the industry that you are specifically designing for, look at other industries to draw inspiration, because whatever that's done in other industries are derivative of what's happened in the past. They're all very similar ideas. So an example is, Twitch. So Twitch is being the live streaming platform. So on Twitch, for those of you who have used Twitch before, it's essentially once you go to the website, there's a grid of content or live streams that you just have to kind of figure out who do you want to watch, like who's interesting at this moment in time, because live stream videos are really long and it's not always a high impact moment, as opposed to when you watch YouTube, those are mainly curated, right? Like they're all VODs, they're all videos that you have uploaded, and people do the editing and all those things. So all of those are supposed to be interesting and engaging for you. But for Twitch, it's like, how do I know what is exciting to me? Who do I want to watch? So if we look at the parallel world example, so take carnivals, and when you think carnivals, think, for the sake of this exercise, think music festivals. And compare music festivals to Twitch. Both offer stages or grids to choose from. Both are live, both have interactive audiences that you can talk to, you can make friends with. And browsing Twitch channels is like picking your stage or carnival booth. And the chat that happens within Twitch is your real-time buzz from being there in person. So this is happening right now in EDC. Pretty bummed they couldn't go, but this is, so EDC, if you look at the map, the different colors represent different stages within within the whole carnival. And every stage has different artists that may play at the same time, and it's amazing. Like, I might want to watch Fred again over here, and then watch, I don't know, Illenium or Slander on the other side. But I have to pick one to decide. So once I pick something, I'll be immersed in that whole experience where I get to have fun, vibe with my friends, and it's like when you're enjoying all these experiences, you have this, you had to be there, you know? You had to be there experience. Like, if I was somewhere else and I'm not at this specific stage, like, I have no idea what's happening there, right? So, same thing with Twitch. But this is a DJ on Twitch as well. He's performing at EDC actually, but but this is Twitch. So he's performing on Twitch. He's super nice. I got to connect with him, and he runs his streams every Thursdays and Fridays, and yeah, it's just such a different experience. Like, it's all online versus offline, but you can see when you're designing, like when I'm designing at Twitch, I can see the parallels of, okay, what is important in a real world? How do I bring it to the digital experience? Like, what similarities can I bring? Like, how can I make chat more engaging? What can I borrow from the real world? So that's that. And then there's, of course, the example of YouTube, which I'm sure probably a lot of you use more. But for YouTube, it's also the same format. But the only big difference is that for YouTube, it's all mainly offline content. And offline content is typically curated, but you still have to make a decision because there's just so much things on the screen and you only have so much time in a day. So how do you decide what's good for you? If I'm a designer at YouTube, how do I think of that for you? How do I make it easy for you to choose a stage? Yeah, and then next is immersion. I know I don't have that much text on my slides, but I'm trying to like paint a picture so we start this thinking in this like design frameworks. So yeah, for immersion, what this is you should think of your brain like a large language model, and the only way you can improve it is with more inputs or more data points. And if you want to be an expert in a field, immersion or consumption of information, like really going ham on it and really understanding what's going on. Like, if you want to learn about spatial design, go ham on it. Like, learn what spatial design is, learn what Apple is doing, learn what other companies are doing, whether it's in the gaming industry, for Blender, like Cinema 4D, all these tools already exist, and figure out how you can piece things together, because that will give you your competitive edge. And yeah, so consumption information is one, and then the other thing is conversations with people. And right now I'm talking here on stage, but I can't wait to talk to all of you, because all you have very diverse experiences and ranges that I want to learn, and that is a solid connection point to training your LLM or your brain. So instead of waiting for Apple's WWDC conferences that happen, was it twice a year? But instead of just hearing new technology that happens there, learn more. What I love to do is learn from venture capital firms. So for example, Andreessen Horowitz is one that I love to listen to as a podcast. and they just talk about new tech that's going on. What startups are they investing in? And I get to learn so much about, oh, what's going to be hot next, or what's the biggest thing that's coming, because they're investing and putting real money into all of these companies. So that's what I love to do. And there's this thing over here, which is the Bitcoin paper written by Satoshi Nakamoto. And like everyone talks about Bitcoin, cryptocurrency, but like what even is it, you know? Like we don't actually spend the time to read, even if it's confusing, like just spend time and just read a little bit, because once you reach that source of truth where the conversation really started, the provenance, where it came from, then no one can challenge you because you know exactly for a fact where the primary source is. And when you learn about a new field, it opens up many different viewpoints. Like gives you new ideas. For example, when we talk about the idea of a metaverse, the concept of interoperability just keeps coming up. Like when I said Facebook, I was like, what is Mark Zuckerberg talking about? Because I didn't really understand what interoperability is. And in a nutshell, like interoperability is the idea that your data is able to move between different ecosystems. So for example, let's say you have, very basic example, let's say you have your login information, your profile photo on Instagram. How can you port that interoperability onto like TikTok and YouTube and all these other different apps? So that's the concept of interoperability in the metaverse. And you have to understand what interoperability is in the metaverse to be able to design experiences, because how would you even design something if you don't know how it works, right? So these are like fundamental things that you have to know. So yeah, you just cannot if you don't know. The other thing is the world of blockchain. So NFTs or smart contracts are huge ideas in that space. If you've never heard of it, if it's the first time, like NFTs and smart contracts are talked a lot in that space. And whether or not you're a believer in crypto, to work in the blockchain industry, you have to understand why smart contracts are built. Like what is the different use cases so that you can utilize a better UX. Like that's fundamentally it. And when you understand from the basic principle, or what I talk about, like first principles, what NFTs are, this unlocks so many new use cases and new features that you can design within the blockchain space, or you can even start your own company. Like these are good ways to create your own startups and go on new ventures. So for example, one use case for the NFT space or the smart contract space is because I personally enjoy music. Like I love to make music as well, produce music, and in the creator economy or music industry, for the longest time, like artists felt cheated with the royalty agreements that labels and also music platforms take as a cut from people. And with NFTs, with blockchain technology, it cuts out the middle person. So those fees that were once high can now be cut down into like a minimal fraction. And yeah, so NFTs is just providing a way to cut out the middle person and take home a bigger piece of the pie in the end. That's just something to think about. So yeah, we talked about first principles, which is the idea of breaking down things into its fundamental truths. And then we have time travel, which is going back in time and seeing what our forefathers and ancestors have done in the past. Then after that, we can look at parallel worlds, which is the analogous market research. And this is probably one of my favorites that I do that's very underrated, because we always do comparative analysis in our field, right? But why not go beyond that? Why not see like, for example, in the interior design industry, there's a lot of things that imitate nature, which is called biomimicry. And there's a lot of things that we can learn, like the Fibonacci sequence and all these things are all parallel worlds or analogous market research. Then there's immersion, which is what we just talked about, which is putting yourself in there and then learning as much as you can, even if it may seem scary. Like just do it, because something that I love doing, this is like a personal anecdote, but sometimes when I work at not sometimes, when I work at Twitch, every Fridays, I spend about 2 hours just learning new concepts and about what's going on in the industry, just so that I can be a more 0 to 1 person. How can I invent something new for the business? And that's just a useful exercise if you have time within your companies or within your own startups. But set time so that you will actually do it. And all these principles that I just talked about are just good mental frameworks for you to solve any problem or any product. Even if you want to build strategy, think about things in this lens. Like, why do you have to copy something that's existing? Like, sure, you can copy things and it's more efficient, right? If you, like some basic things, yeah, just copy it or learn from it, gain inspiration. But I challenge you to always question and see what you can do. So those were like very important design fundamental frameworks that I incorporate in my role and just everywhere I go. And something that I would love to add is a few design principles that I hold dear to my heart. So first is the show, don't tell. This, I'm sure you all know already, but I have to emphasize it because it's so important. And complexities abound. There's so many things. The best thing you can do for people as a designer or a product strategist or a thinker is to demo and onboard people, because you want to teach them on how to use a certain product. If you want them to use something a certain way, like for example, AI right now, I don't know how to use AI the correct way. Is there a correct way? How do you want me to use AI? Sometimes there's two parts. Sometimes you can listen to the customers and see what they want, but also if you have more knowledge about it and you understand the product, try and define for them and teach them how you're supposed to use it so it's valuable for them. So an example of show don't tell is, for the longest time, Figma's onboarding looks something like this, where it's illustrated a question like on top, where do you work? This is part of the onboarding. So once you put in your email, you have the ability to select, oh, I work at a company, or I'm in school, I'm a founder. And it's more of a Q&A format, which is kind of boring. It's like a survey or questionnaire. And one of the designers at Figma, which is my close friend, he challenged that assumption, where onboarding had to look that certain way. I'm going to see if I can play this. So this is a revamp experience of the onboarding. And you see how visually, let me stand aside, but you see how design, whatever I click on is reflected in that visual over there. And that's just a different way to be more inclusive of the people that you are serving. I'm going to play this one more time because I think it's really cool. Yeah, so the ability to just choose from different things, and who knew an onboarding process would be so interesting, right? But with this, I'm like, yeah, just take all my money, Figma, it's fine. So, and then second, so I talked about show, don't tell. Second is to gamify things. So gamify things, but obviously don't gamify everything because this is not a casino. And so some products that I truly enjoy of how they've gamified some experiences, and it seemed to work well from my experience, but the first one being Duolingo. So Duolingo introduced fun ways to learn about a certain language, and people don't want to be taught in a curriculum or something. They want to enjoy themselves. Like when you were a kid, I think the most fun parts were doing classes that you didn't really have to go to, but like you kind of wanted to, you know. So Duolingo is kind of in that vein, and then also Duolingo is working on music curriculum right now. So I wonder how they're going to do that. I saw them hiring product designer for music, so I was interested. But yeah, Duolingo made it fun to learn languages. Then there's also Robinhood Crypto, which, you know, so this whole space of Web3, blockchain, crypto, it's so esoteric. Like we don't know what it is, right? But Robinhood Crypto, like Robinhood itself as a platform is for people to invest in companies or whatever they want. And they also have this section called Crypto, which basically awarded users some cryptocurrency if they completed some courses or learned some skills within the Robinhood app. And that was a pretty fun experiment, or not really an experiment, but they launched it and it worked pretty well. And lastly is to be a magician. So only present things that are necessary to a user and do whatever you need behind the scenes. And when you do that, you basically hide all the complexities and just make it easier for the user, and therefore creating a better UX experience for everyone. And AI is a great example for this, because if you think about the most recent AI products, for example, Adobe Firefly that uses generative AI. So this GIF here doesn't tell you that much about how the backend works. It just shows you, oh, there's a prompt, type something in, and we'll do it for you. So this was all like a design decision that was made. Like, they could have shown you all the process of how things are working, the different versions that AI is trying to project for you, but people don't need to understand how AI works. Like, if they can use the AI technology to aid their own ability, like, why not? It's a win for everyone. Like, you just click a button and then you get what you want. Sometimes hide complexities, so be a magician in that sense. And yeah, so what's next? So the idea of the talk today is to simply convey how we as designers can adapt quickly and remain empowered as designers in the many changing fields that are going on right now. So don't stress out about, oh, I gotta learn this, I gotta learn that. No, if you wanna learn something, use these frameworks and then go deeper into it. And the truth is, the statement that I made earlier is where attention goes, money flows, and it's so true, because whatever VCs, venture capital firms, or industries are being invested in, there are probably a lot of opportunities in that space as well. And so understand what's going on today, and then look at the past to draw inspiration. And history often repeats itself, but with a slightly modern twist. And it's your role, all your roles, because you all heard this talk, but y'all online as well, to reshape what those past trends mean, and then what they mean for our future today. And yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, so if you'd like to reach me, here's my contact where I talk about design, vlog, and also stream Figma on Twitch sometimes. And yeah, talk to you soon.
Thank you so much. Streaming Figma on Twitch. I love that. So excited. Oh, sorry. Our slides are slightly out of sync, but connect with Adam. His socials are right there. We're going to go on break for the next 25 minutes or so, and we'll reconvene at 3:45. But some exciting announcements. Make sure to stop by our sponsor booths, Bezzy Studio, Spline, and Dovetail. Spline also has a Vision Pro to give away, so visit their booth to enter to win. We will announce winners at around 3:43, so make sure to be back in your seats. We have unlimited coffee. That's there until 4, so make sure you get all the coffee and pastries you want. And we have Design Buddy stickers in front if you want a friendly fluffle on your laptop. And see y'all back at 3:43. Yeah. Hello, welcome back, buddies from the interwebs and here. We're back on break. Before we hop into our last two talks, we have a giveaway, Apple Vision Pro. And we're still waiting for folks to come back in, but it looks like most of us are here. We will have talks on the future of work in the Apple Vision Pro and autonomous vehicles in the closing and a surprise for you. But first, let's choose our winners. So I welcome Caroline and Nikki from Spline.
Thank you, Grace. Hi, everyone. We're really excited to be here to give away an Apple Vision Pro today from the team at Spline. Thank you for submitting. Can I get a quick drum roll?
All right, it's gonna be live.
Okay, lucky number 13, Francisco Navarez. Are you in the room?
Francisco!
Come up on stage and get your prize. Can we have a photo?
Congratulations.
That's awesome.
What do you do for work, Francisco?
I do branding and web design.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, we hope you'll put this to good use.
I know.
And share some of your creations. Come here, we'll take a quick photo.
That's awesome.
Congratulations, Francisco.
Congratulations. That was amazing.
Thank you, Grace.
Thank you. Amazing. Now we welcome Dylan, our speaker who talk about designing future of work with Gen AI and mixed reality. Let's go, Dylan.
Hey, let's go. Welcome, everyone. I can't believe someone just won the Apple Vision Pro. You know what? Maybe you could try out our SAP core components that I'm going to show you later on today. Welcome, everyone. Hope you all got to stretch during that last break. You know, maybe get that third coffee of yours. My name is Dylan, and I cannot be more excited to give my talk on designing the future of work with generative AI and mixed reality. So we have a lot to unpack here. I'm going to start off with an introduction, including my background, my personal brand, the company I work at, and general enterprise design principles. We're then going to dive deep into product design. I'm going to be discussing 4 common design trends that I've noticed while designing for the future of work, and we're going to discuss the differences from designing today and designing tomorrow. I even have 2 mini case studies, the first of which is video data stories, which I like to think of as the Instagram stories for enterprise. And then we're going to talk about working in the Apple Vision Pro and some of the benefits to augmented reality and virtual reality when working. I'll leave some time at the end for some tips and tricks for something I call knowing the unknown, and leave some parting words for you all. So yes, my name is Dylan. I am a UX product designer at SAP, and I've been there for just about 3 years now. While I'm currently based in San Francisco, I was born and raised in Southern California, and I attended the University of Michigan. And although I've had great experiences at Amazon and NBC Universal, my degrees in business and information science naturally led me to pursue a product design career in a B2B company. And I also have been very fortunate enough to have been selected for a new grad rotational program, which accepts software engineers, data scientists, and UX designers into 3 6-month rotations across the SAP product suite. The first rotation I had was with SuccessFactors, which is our HR management solution. And the second team I joined full-time, and I'm still currently on it, and that helps to shape the next generation of enterprise through emerging technologies. Think quantum computing, spatial computing, generative AI, and more. Lastly, on the side, I'm a lover of data, design, deadlifts, and desserts. Data, design, deadlifts, and desserts. Those are the 4 pillars of my personal brand, and I think it's valuable to have a personal brand, not only for you to showcase your external values, but also for you to abide by your own internal ideals. And for me, that includes data, so leveraging it to tell stories, make informed decisions, and create new ideas. Design, not just through work, but through everyday life, having an eye for visual appeal, and also being able to express your own individuality. Deadlifts, I love working out, but for me, deadlifts is the idea of committing to a growth mindset by goal setting and improving both your mental and physical toughness. And lastly, desserts. I mean, who doesn't love desserts? For me, it's all about embracing social connections and cultural experiences. And one of those cultural experiences that I had was for my 25th birthday, when I attempted to eat 25 ice cream sundaes at one of my favorite childhood restaurants. Let's take a quick look. So I wasn't really expecting this video to blow up and gain almost 4 million views on Instagram. But the reason why I'm showing it right now is because if you're ever worried that AI may take over your job, I just watched this video and I think to myself, Can AI eat 25 cookie sundaes, make a TikTok about it, and go viral? Come on, I don't think so. So like I mentioned, I'm at SAP, which is a business-to-business software as a service SaaS company. And in short, traditional business models have decentralized data management. So for example, the information that might be in your marketing department might be different from the information that you have in your software department, which might be different from your other departments. And we want to provide a single source of truth. And that's where a product like SAP would come in. There's a variety of different modules, including S/4HANA, which is our flagship enterprise resource planning system. Think inventory and supply chain management, procurement. There's also Ariba, which is the Amazon.com for businesses with its guided buying support. I mentioned SuccessFactors. There's even Concur, which is our travel and invoicing solution. So there's so many. And whether we're optimizing workflows for employees or we're creating engaging experiences for consumers, it is important to note that there are some similarities and differences. For example, designing an experience for someone to rent an Airbnb is going to be vastly different from someone as a product specialist that's trying to find a supplier and incorporate it into its supply chain. So at SAP, we have these enterprise design principles, and there's 5 of them here. The first of which is role-based, so providing the right information at the right time for the right user role. Additionally, we also have coherent, so making sure that you're providing a fluid, intuitive experience end-to-end. Adaptive, employees work on a variety of different products, whether it be mobile, tablet, desktop, maybe even the Apple Vision Pro, maybe car, hopefully not the car if you're driving. There's a variety of different applications, and you want to make sure that you are essentially taking all of your UI and UX and making sure it's responsive across all those different devices. Simple. Work can be complex, so you want to make sure that you're providing only what is necessary for the employees. And lastly, delightful. You want to be providing an enriching work experience. So now, since we've discussed general enterprise design principles, let's dive into the future of work. And I would like for you all to take a look at this crystal ball here. You probably are thinking at this point that I'm going to create some sort of elaborate analogy in how I'm the fortune teller, and I can decipher what the future of work can look like. And to be quite frank, I think this crystal ball just looks cool. I mean, look at that stand. In short, there is no crystal ball that's going to determine what the future of work can look like, but we can help shape it. And although my time in the field has been limited, I have been able to pick up 4 key design trends for the future of work. And they include collaboration, AI and automation, multimodality, and immersion. And if you spell these 4 backwards, you can create the acronym IMAC. So when you're thinking about designing for the future of work, think about an iMac. And I know there's a lot of text on these slides, so no worries if you can't design. Am I getting a work call right now? Oh, no, never mind. That's my next slide on collaboration. With the rise of remote and hybrid work styles, collaboration is more important than ever. And it's our job to create interfaces that facilitate seamless communication and teamwork across remote and distributed teams. For example, I like to think of Microsoft Teams as a prime example of a product that's been able to adapt its product pre- and post-pandemic. And earlier today, we received a great talk from Jennifer talking about some of the Gen AI tools. Likewise, AI and automation is a trend I know I'm not going to be the first one to tell you about. So why don't we just show instead our generative AI co-pilot that we're looking to implement into SAP's product portfolio called Joule. So I like showing the video not just because the music is catchy, but also because Joule and other AI products can help to streamline repetitive tasks, provide intelligent insights, and enhance decision-making processes. The third trend I wanted to talk about is multimodality. And it's a trend that I never really thought about when I first graduated, but 3 years into my team, I can't forget it even if I wanted to. It's this idea of designing for multiple modes of interactions through different senses, whether it's auditory, through what you're listening to and what you're speaking. Maybe it's language and text. Maybe it's different gestures through swiping and holding down. Spatial design, visual design. These are trends that these are different senses and modes of interaction we should be thinking about when designing for the future of work. And it's been things that we've been researching when putting out different products. And one thing that we've noticed is that these are mutually beneficial. So for example, adding sound to a presentation to make it more enlightening. One prime example of a product that uses multimodal would be the Amazon Echo Show, and specifically the Echo Show because of its its visual component. You're able to have the visual component and the spatial design with surround sound, the gestures and the language and text you could also read, and of course the auditory by being able to listen and speak to it. Now only if it incorporated smell, that would be pretty cool. One last trend that I've noticed in my daily work is this idea of immersion, and it's something that Adam previously talked about during his talk, and it might not be as omnipresent as AI, but with the rise of spatial computing, it is something that we should be looking out in the next few years when designing for the future of work. In April, I had the opportunity to actually travel to Japan and see this Team Labs Planet exhibit in person. It's this idea of a crystal universe where fish are being projected into a body of water, and you're walking into this body of water and you're able to interact with what's around you. By no means am I suggesting that we're all going to be submerged in water for the future of work. But what I am saying is that this idea of immersion can help enable virtual collaboration, provide immersive training experiences, interactive simulations, and even sales presentations. So what you see on the right-hand side, for example, is something that we have at SAP Labs called the Immersive Room. And I had the opportunity to present this immersive room to our Chief Technology Officer. And what's really cool about this room is that it's a 360-degree interactive wall. And essentially, you can play stories, you can pitch ideas, and there's even an instance where there was some people from our marketing and sales team were giving a pitch to Pete's Coffee, and they actually grinded up coffee beans and they sprayed it at the front of the room. So as you walked into the immersive room, you would wake up, smell the coffee, and enjoy the presentation. It's just another sensory element that should be included when we're talking about the future of work. So overall, keeping these design trends and emerging technologies in mind, it's important to recognize the challenges and advances to designing tomorrow's technology today. And 3 approaches I like to keep in mind include the affordance, the area, and core UX skills. So for example, the affordance. Right now we see a lot of functionally based linear UI through apps and websites. And I think there's going to be, with more prompt engineering, more user input, we're going to start to see more task-based dynamic UI, asking for what you want with actions and intentions. Likewise, the area right now we see is a lot of 2D, static, single sensory UI. And I think with the rise of spatial computing and from all of the great advancements from all the talks today, we are going to eventually see a lot more things move into the 3D era. And lastly, our core UX skills. Core UX skills such as accessibility, empathy, storytelling, should always be top of mind, whether you're designing for today, tomorrow, or yesterday when that JIRA ticket was due. Now, since I got that joke out of the way, let's talk about some of these case studies. And I have two really exciting case studies to present on today. The first of which is Video Data Story, which are these bite-sized video-based insights. And we're going to talk about how AI and Gen AI can improve the Video Data Stories format. We're then going to talk about employees in the metaverse, essentially this idea of taking virtual reality and augmented reality and enhancing the overall employee experience. There was one last case study I wanted to talk about, but due to the lack of time, feel free to reach out to me separately about it. We essentially had this end-to-end proof of concept where we took a bespoke generative AI agent and we took mixed reality and we helped design the future of city planning with a variety of telecommunications clients. So if you are interested in that, feel free to reach out and connect with me afterwards. So first, our video data stories. I like to think of them as Instagram stories of enterprise, but essentially they are bite-sized, video-based insights of a business's data. Video data stories incorporates AI to leverage current data sources and illustrate them into short-form video content. Now let's see them in action.
Discovering valuable data insights doesn't have to look like this. It actually can look like this. Insights should engage and help unlock your competitive advantage. That's why we're exploring Video Data Stories SAP. Video Data Stories let your existing business applications automatically generate video-based insights that provide your data with rich context. They're quick to watch, tag, and share with colleagues. We're looking for customers to begin piloting video data stories. Are you interested in learning more?
So video data stories are a great example of a product that leverages the design trends that we were talking about earlier in the presentation. Think AI, automation, and multimodality. Now, how can we improve the VDS product even further with generative AI and prompt engineering? You know, just brainstorming out loud here, we could think of two different key personas that use a product like Video Data Stories. We have the creator persona, the one that's leveraging the data to create video-based insights, and the viewer persona, the one that is digesting the videos being made. So with generative AI, essentially what we could do is eliminate the time that's needed to create these stories and also provide an opportunity to personalize these stories. So think about just asking what types of stories you want to be created and then being able to change the charts or maybe even change the background audio. There's so many opportunities when it comes to the creator persona. When we think about the viewer persona, maybe there's a lot of different video data stories that you would want to watch. So maybe what you could do is have generative AI give you a summary of a variety of different video data stories, and then you could share it out via a different file format with others. So a lot of applications when it comes to AI and a product like Video Data Stories. Additionally, working in the Apple Vision Pro has been a really exciting opportunity for us. We actually have a partnership with Apple, and we've been able to leverage some of the core components and Vision OS design system to create some of our SAP products within the Apple Vision Pro. So let's take a look. So I thought that was pretty cool. And you could see that we have already pushed things out to production, including the SAP Analytics Cloud and SAP Mobile Start. And those are some really cool opportunities from a augmented reality perspective. But what if we went into the virtual reality route and simulated worlds? Our team has looked into opportunities to providing a remote onboarding experience in virtual reality. So think about maybe having a remote office tour, being able to see your office without actually having to be there in person, but having the ability to feel submerged and walk around the office. Maybe you want to interact with your coworkers before you even start your first day, and they could submit their own introductions to be included in this virtual world. Maybe you want to meet the leaders of your corporation, and there could be a boardroom session to listen to a talk from them, inspiring you before you start your first day. So what's great about mixed reality in the future of work is that it enhances the collaboration and immersion trends that we were talking about earlier in this presentation. There's lots of opportunities for both augmented reality and virtual reality to be improved with the future of work. So for augmented reality, I like to think of AR overlays and the idea of having multiple monitors so that you can multitask. Additionally, with virtual reality, you could simulate real-life experiences, whether that be what we talked about with the remote onboarding experience, or even in a high-risk safety environment. So it looks like we finished the main course for today's meal, and I have a few last sweet bites to discuss. The workplace of tomorrow is an uncertain place. We live in a rapidly changing world where design innovations, such as generative AI, mixed reality, big data, can change how we live, breathe, and work. We need to be at the forefront of these changes, and I'm here to give you some tips and tricks for something I call knowing the unknown. The first of which is to stay curious and be informed by researching emerging trends and technologies and attending conferences like the one we're at today. Additionally, you want to engage with diverse perspectives. You want to participate in interdisciplinary discussions with people from different backgrounds. You also want to seek feedback and support by soliciting advice from your peers and showing off those proof of concepts. And lastly, be experimenting, not anticipating. Learn by doing, even if that means that you're making mistakes, bounce back from them down the road. I like to end my talk today by reading off one of my favorite quotes from Chef Gusteau from Ratatouille. And this is the moment that he inspired Remy the rat to pursue his career as a chef. And now, it is my turn to inspire you to pursue your career in the future of work. You must be imaginative, strong-hearted. You must try things that you may not like, and you must not let anyone define your limits because of where you've come from. Your only limit is your soul. And with that, I want to thank you for taking the time to listen to my presentation. Feel free to scan the QR code if you want to connect with my socials. And I would like to take this time really quick to take a quick selfie, if that's all right with y'all. Thank you. So really quick, everyone say cheese on 3. 1, 2, 3, cheese. Okay, I think that's enough. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. That was amazing. I love selfies.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, yes. Awesome. Thank you, Dylan. We love selfies. Gonna encourage our speakers to do that more. That was amazing. Now we want to welcome our last but not least speaker, Aishwarya, on designing tomorrow all these autonomous vehicles. Who here has ridden a Waymo? Amazing, amazing. So now you're going to learn all about designing for autonomous vehicles. Let's welcome our speaker, Aishwarya.
Hello, everyone in person and virtually. I can't see anyone virtually. I kind of want this talk to be more like a discussion than lecture, so please feel free to just raise your hands, also to make me feel less nervous. So yeah, today I'm going to be talking about designing autonomous vehicles. Just a little bit about me before we get into the talk. So hey, I'm Aishwarya. I'm a product designer. My background is in industrial design from the Rhode Island School of Design. And I've worked in multiple industries from robotic digitization to autonomous vehicles. I actually started a new job last week, coming full circle for a tool for industrial designers using AI to turn sketch into renderings. But today we're going to focus on a different industry, which is autonomous vehicles. So honestly, the goal of this talk is purely to introduce you maybe to a new field, specifically AV, and what it means to design in this field, mostly because I didn't actually know what design in autonomous vehicles meant. I was like, robotaxis, and that's kind of it. So let's kind of define what an autonomous vehicle is. This is a diagram, so that's an AV, and that's a pedestrian. And essentially, autonomous vehicles are not to be confused with automotive. So automotive are cars, and autonomous vehicles is the technology to help something move on its own. And our goal as designers is to help translate that technology to users. So an example you see in the market today, Waymo, robotaxis, Tesla, which is self-driving cars, where they have, well, they're not self-driving, but they have FSD, which is self-driving, the technology. Okay, so you have these levels that are thrown around like L2, L3. What does it actually mean? This is essentially a system that was created by engineers to define where technology is placed. So two of my closest friends recently had a baby, and I had this random shower thought. I was like, defining levels is kind of similar to raising a child. Not to say the goal is to have your child be self-driving, but essentially, there's a lot of parallels in the amount of attention you give to a child and to your car. So L0 is sort of like a newborn child, let's say. You know, you are the driver and you are giving it your full attention. And then as your child starts to develop a brain, you develop L1. And L1 essentially means features like adaptive cruise control. Does anyone know what that means? Okay. Adaptive cruise control means when your car can adapt to the vehicle in front of you, and that's it. Or automated braking, which is if you're driving and you start to speed up really quickly and you hear your car smash that brake, it means the car is trying to react for you. Okay, I thought someone had a question. Then we move on to L2, which is essentially making your daily driving a little easier. So that's like driving in traffic or automated brake with steering. Moving on to L3, which is the vehicle can mostly drive on its own, but you have to start paying a little bit of attention. For the most part, you're still the driver, but you have features like self-parking. So if you see the Tesla, for example, it can do parallel parking, but you still have to make sure your Tesla doesn't crash into the car in front of you or behind you. So you as the driver are still the main responsible person. And then L4, which is where I think majority of the robo-taxis are today. So you're almost at self-driving, but if the vehicle were to disengage, you as a driver have to be able to step in to take over. So if you've ever, for example, sat in a Waymo and it's in a weird situation, there's a human behind the screen kind of like taking control to help you get out of it. And then finally, L5, which means you are simply a passenger and the driver is moving on it, the car is moving on its own. So now that we've defined all the levels for self-driving and what it means to be fully autonomous, what does it actually mean to be a designer? So you have this really complex technology, and Adam sort of mentioned it today, which is, as designers, you have all of this complex technology, but your goal is simply to showcase what's important to the user. And so specifically with self-driving, the goal of a designer is to instill trust and safety, because you're in this car, there's no one in the driver's seat, it's new technology, and you're kind of confused. So how do you inform a user that this new technology is safe to engage in? So we're going to start off with a scenario that's very common, which is driving in traffic. So how many of you drove here today? Okay, not that many. But good luck driving back home, because there's going to be a lot of traffic. But hopefully, if your cars have adaptive cruise control, it helps alleviate that fatigue a little bit. So, yeah, this is really pixelated. When you have adaptive cruise control, that essentially means the vehicle can sort of move through traffic by itself. So it sort of brakes and it speeds up on its own. So we're going to break down how this technology is actually put into the car. So ACC, adaptive cruise control, you have the button to turn it on your steering wheel. And then as a user, you have to set the speed of your vehicle when it is enabled. So you can kind of set that you want your vehicle to go at 50 miles per hour. And then you want to set the distance between, because you're in traffic, you want to set the distance between your vehicle and the vehicle in front of you. So what feels safe for you? Do you feel safe to be about a car's distance away, 2 cars, 3 cars? That's up to you to decide. So once you've set up these parameters, you essentially have ACC set up. And then when you meet the parameters, it becomes activated. So that's when it's actually moving on its own. And then it either turns off if you take over, or if you choose to turn it off. So essentially, setting up the speed, distance, on and off has to be done through the hardware. It's how the technology is set up today. And usually that's done on your steering wheel. And then what's done in the UI is displaying the information and the states. So this is a super rough rendering, which was actually done, quick plug to my new company, Viscom, where you can actually generate ideas. And so this is the cluster of a car. And what you can see is that you're just placing the state of ACC in different places. And then you can also have AI, for example, iterate on where you want the buttons to be placed on the steering wheel. So a lot of automotive companies will be thinking about, for the driver, for their vehicle, where should this on and off and up and down settings button be placed. So once you kind of come to a state where you like the idea of where the icon, the information should be displayed, and where the button should be placed, you get this unified design. So what we have here, if you can tell, on the right is the button to turn on ACC on the steering wheel, and then the up and down to set the parameters, and then you actually have the states on the cluster for the driver. And so essentially what we've done through design is threefold to develop trust and safety. One is binary actions, simply on and off, because as a driver, your goal isn't to be setting up ACC, the goal is simply to be driving. And then the second part, as designers, is to communicate it to the user. So how do you communicate that ACC is on or off? And then third is the ability to take over. But fundamentally, the part that brings the most sense of trust to the user is the fact that they're the ones setting it up, and so they're the ones making the decision to choose to engage in this technology. And that's mostly it. Autonomous vehicles, I would say, is a technology that's constantly evolving and has a long way to go. But the goal of design specifically is to take these really complex technological breakthroughs and transform them into a way that the user can engage with in their daily lives. And I think the part that's super exciting is stakes are high, because if you mess up someone can get into a car crash. So, you know, in terms of designing for autonomous vehicles, it's not just about trust and safety development, but it's also literally physical safety for the user. So it's a very short talk, but I kind of wanted to keep it short in case we can have time for people to ask any questions or anything.
Oh, we have some time for Q&A. Yes. It will run up.
I was just curious when it comes to validating your concepts, especially in the autonomous vehicle space. How do you all go about it, and what's the process looks like?
Yeah, it's a tough question. A lot of it is about actually testing it out in the physical world and in simulation. So usually what you test in simulation is like the actual development of the technology. So for example, that's usually the engineering side of things. But for designers, I would say it's kind of the typical industrial design process where you would do prototypes of, for example, location of the buttons on the steering wheel, UI on the cluster, and then having to have people test it. Because essentially what you're trying to test is one, is the button sort of easy to understand while driving? And two, how much information do you need to display to the user? So if you saw in the previous slides, fundamentally, the solution itself doesn't seem like much. Like it's just a button and an icon. But it's a lot of iterations to get to just a button and an icon because that's all the driver can think about at the same time.
Got time for one more question? Two more questions?
Thank you. I've been very curious about this. Have you heard of the trolley problem? Essentially, it's a thought experiment where a trolley is put in a situation where it has to decide to kill or off one person versus 5 people. So in the context of self-driving cars, is there any thought about that consideration on how the self-driving car decides who to injure? But yeah.
It's a tough one, and I had to work on this problem because essentially what you're doing is essentially trying to replicate the human mind into this robot. You're trying to build a system that can make decisions. I don't think we're really at a state where the car is making a decision. It's more about putting rules into the vehicle. So I would say that's actually why putting this technology out into the real world is so difficult, is because there are so many edge cases. So usually the decision comes down to, okay, yeah, continue my pathway. So for example, if there's a pedestrian, stop. Or it's essentially, okay, if I don't stop, do I keep going? Like right now, the technology is at the binary state of stop or continue driving. I don't think it's like stop and save the number of lives in the vehicle or stop and kill the pedestrian. Yeah. I had one more question there.
Thank you so much. I'm curious to know what your thoughts are on new experiences that we can have within autonomous driving vehicles. So for example, when I ride the Waymo, sometimes I just think like, oh my goodness, it would be so fun to just have like a karaoke party in the car. So like new experiences that maybe wouldn't be socially acceptable now to do in, let's say, Uber or Lyft, but you could if there's no other driver. So I'm curious to know what some of your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because, for example, the Waymo is a robo-taxi, so it's like a public vehicle. But, for example, FSD, which is in Tesla, you are the owner of the vehicle. So technically you could have that karaoke night if you wanted to. So I feel like the decision kind of comes down to the owner of the vehicle versus the design itself. But But to answer your question, I don't see why not. Like, sure, throw a karaoke in the car if you want to.
For one more question? Yes.
So I actually drove here in a Tesla using ACC, and it's a very different solution to what you showcased. I'm just kind of curious. I'm sure you sampled the Tesla solution too, and I would love to hear your thoughts on, the pros and cons and why you think your solution is a superior solution, perhaps.
Yeah, so this one's definitely not the superior solution. It's the one that's the most widely available currently. I think the solution you were trying in Tesla wasn't specifically ACC, it was just FSD maybe, which is fully self-driving. So it's actually at a higher level, like you're probably moving at L4 in your Tesla. And so correct me if I'm wrong here, but in the Tesla you see, for example, the visualization of your car driving on the freeway and it's taking over, correct?
Yes. I guess maybe my question specifically is around the buttons, because in Tesla, one of the things is it's very minimal. You don't even know that you're supposed to double click on the, I don't even know what that thing is called. Yeah, so to engage that, you do single click for ACC and double click for FSD, I believe. And then you get a visual cue that lights up in blue that says that you're in that mode.
Yeah.
But yours seems to be much more obvious and perhaps easier. And so I'm just kind of curious, like, I'm sure Tesla made certain design decisions, try to make things very uncluttered and but very less obvious, and there are some trade-offs there, and I'm curious to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, so two things you mentioned, which is actually fundamentally the same in all vehicles, which is physical control to turn on ACC, whether that's single or double click, depending on the vehicle, and then the visual indicator. So those two principles are the same across every car you sit in. Whereas it really kind of, the decision of how it happens is up to the designer in each company. So for example, Tesla's brand is minimalist and the trade-off is slightly more hidden interactions. But the experience itself, or not the experience, but the interaction itself is the same, which is the hardware component and the status. And that's sort of, also a lot of the design in autonomous vehicles comes down to the regulatory aspect, which is you have to communicate to the user, the ACC indicator. Like, they could also just not show it on the cluster. And so those two principles also come down to the regulatory reason. And then the accessibility of whether that's like on the side, like the double click on the Tesla, or on the steering wheel kind of comes down to the brand of the company.
Last question? Questions? All right, let's hop into the closing. I have a surprise. Thank you so much. We love self-driving cars. Oh. Thank you so much for hopping on this wonderful journey with us today. We're so excited to have our wonderful speakers, our sponsors, and all of y'all buddies for making this all possible. Special thanks to the team at Learners for helping me produce this entire conference, live stream it, take care of the venue, print all the stuff. Also, check out their awesome UX events over the world. I think they have one happening in Santa Clara tomorrow, so check that out. Also, thank you to our community partners at Boba Talks and ADP List. I highly recommend checking these buddies out, especially for early career folks and students. Also, don't worry if you miss any talks. They are all live streamed and recorded. We have some time at the end so you can make new friends and make sure you connect on the LinkedIns, the X's or Twitters, the Instagrams, and share, tag Design Buddies, tag myself on social media. I've been reposting and retweeting on Instagram stories, LinkedIn, all that good fun stuff. We will also email out a shared drive for you to add any photos and videos you take in so we can have a family photo album. And please don't take the plushies on the stage because we want to use them for more events. But you're welcome to take any photos with Long Bunny with our signages. Also, we launched Fluffle today, or designbuddies.ai. Join the waitlist of Fluffle and co-create it with us. We want to hear your feedback. We want to build products that are valuable to you, help you land those jobs, start those businesses, make that money, and change the world, make the world go around, and live your best life, vibe, and thrive. But wait, there's more. Online tomorrow, you're welcome to join our workshops with our wonderful sponsors to improve your 3D design, web design, spatial design, and product insights with Spline, Bezies, Studio, and Dovetail. You can find this information on our website. This is free to join, and this will be live streamed on our LinkedIn and YouTube Live with Design Buddies. We're also hosting a hackathon. Me and Justin are hosting a hackathon on SF for GPT-4o or 4Bunny. Scan me the QR code to get notified. We're gonna do a voice hackathon or bring more buddies in real life. And join us at 5:30 at Dovetail, which is in downtown San Francisco, for after-party mingling. We have fun, lit time with no cap. Thank you all for coming. We have a surprise at the end, so hold on to your ears. Like literally hold on to your ears. Scan to hop into our community. Hope you all vibe, thrive, slay with no cap, big racks, big facts, for real, on God, period. Dab, and hope y'all slay your goals. And sorry, my ears are like falling off. All right, the next slide, oh, it's gone. Oh, yes. So I recently moved to SF about 3 months ago from Cupertino, big move. And I've just noticed AI everywhere. And since our topic is design the future, we decided to yell AI in the rooftops. This video got 1.5 million views. Half the comments was me sounding like a seagull, and half the comments were not so nice, but that means I made it. So I'm gonna play it for you today. And I'm going to have everyone yell AI because I think this will be a really fun conclusion to our Kauai Tech Conference. Oh, no! Oh, okay. Yeah. All right, now we're gonna do it together. I'm cracking myself up and sound like a seagull again. All right, wait, ready? 1, 2, 3, everyone, yell AI. Wait, AI. Yes, machine learning, big data, Internet of Things, deep learning. Yes, we love that. Slay. Hope you all vibe and thrive. Enjoy the rest of your day. I think we have this venue until 5 p.m., so mix around, mingle around, and then hop over to Dovetail. And hope you enjoy AI, spatial design, and everything else. Thanks so much for coming. AI.